No, 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 no. Boom. We're live. Hello, Rexplorer. The time. I'm just gonna take here and then play like Knight C3 afterwards. Just completely normal stuff. We'll see. Okay. Hello, homies. I can't believe it's almost. It's not even almost. I can't believe it's Christmas time. Out of nowhere this year, man. I'm telling you. How art thou? I'm good. Again, I'm just in denial about what time of year it is. That's it. Other than the denial, we're chilling. Also, doesn't this just lose a piece? I still think it just loses a piece. Why cringe miss, am I right, fellas? No. For once, no. It's Christmas. And Christmas is Christmas. Oh, please do. No, 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 no. Now we're talking. You're a chill guy, man. Thank you, I think. It's out of nowhere this year, man. I feel like this year just disappeared. A little scary, not gonna lie. Sure. Yeah, now we could play like a 94. So maybe I could have played 94 immediately, honestly. I'm just queen here. That looks weird. My opponent's playing very bizarre. He's just trade off his dark squared bishop when he's got weak dark squares. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. This does not make any sense whatsoever. This guy's at 2100? He must be having a bad day. To be fair, I played 2 terrible games of chess today, but that's because I got distracted. Because I got interrupted a few times. Maybe this guy's being interrupted by somebody. That's probably what it is. Something along those lines. I like this as a move. The point is, if he plays bishop takes, the rook hangs. And actually, the rook's already hanging because the bishop's pinned to the king. How you been? I've been good. I'm trying to round out the school year well, so we'll see how that goes. But, and then, again, it feels like the year just disappeared. So, you know, Christmas always ends up as kind of a time for reflection in some sense. So, I'm reflecting. So, I'm working the register as one does, right? And this lady comes in and wants to buy a Christmassy bag for a gift. Sure. I try to ring up the bag, but there's no barcode for me to scan. I tell the lady, she tells me she took it off because it was ugly. Wait. Selling that kid's I'll make a couple minutes so she could run up by the manager. The bag, the bag was, and it happened yesterday, which is vaguely Christmas time. No, that seems like a Christmas story to me. See, I am part of the department who thinks that Die Hard is absolutely a Christmas movie. So by that logic, that is absolutely a Christmas story. I'm convinced. Hey, come on. We talk about being a Sigma male. Okay? That was a Sigma move. I'm just going to remove the it's ugly, you know, it's ugly. Who wants to buy a bag with that on it? No, nothing more needs to be said. Not another thought. Just, nope, it was ugly. It's coming off. Of course. Because that's like, what? She was on that grind. I mean, just the... I can't... All I can imagine is that she was being sincere in that situation. Because, like, I don't know what the grift even was. You know what I mean? Like, usually, if people are being dumb, it's because they want something for free. But she came up and wanted to buy it. It wasn't that she didn't want to buy it or anything. Shouting at me his laughter, which is weird. People deal with things different ways. And that doesn't surprise me too terribly much. I'm not sure what my opponent is doing. Is he stalling? Did the page just not refresh correctly? Nope, it is his turn. Her name was Karen. Last I checked, Karen wasn't a name in Slovenia, like that people commonly used. I'm willing to be proven wrong about that one, but I just, you know. It's a student, and I literally have no power to do anything. Oh wait, I totally have better. Hold on a second. Here. Rook takes D, queen takes, and then I could play rook takes e6. And then take this. And then trade queens. Karen isn't really a name here. I knew it. There we go. I have to be a little careful with back rank. If I get back ranked, that'd be sad. But I don't think I'm getting back ranked. I mean, here he literally has one legal move, so I'm definitely not getting back ranked there, but isn't exactly Slavic. Yeah, it didn't sound the part. No. Kidding is strictly forbidden. All form of irony and humor is banned in this chat. I hope you all realize that. I hope I made it incredibly clear that I am a strict non-believer in everything goofy silly. Goofy silliness, strictly prohibited. Zero shenanigans, zero tomfoolery, only completely serious discussion. Yep. Comedian, just asking. No, it does not have comedian. It's alco as in alcoholic, and then median as in like the average. So I'm just simply the average alcoholic. All it means is that I'm the average alcoholic. Alco median. Okay, it's that simple. Next question. That was a good pull. What do you mean? It'd be a good pull. I'm right. It's wisdom. Show the shirt. Oh yeah, this is Tom and Jerry. I like Tom and Jerry. Oh, Goddle. Seems like some silliness to me. No. No. It's not completely serious. It's very wise. It just shows how far gone you are that you think that's silly. have no idea what I'm doing. Old school Tom and Jerry went hard. Yes, I'm talking the original series. That's the good stuff. The first reboot also goes hard. I don't mind it. I like it. Not as good as the original, but still good. The Alireza drama. Yes, with the. I also watched the Dream video. I also watched the Dream. The Dream response video, the hour-and-a-half long one. I liked it more than I thought it would. But the Alireza drama is crazy. The resigning in a drawn position. Whoo, goes hard. Tom and Jerry stuff to somewhere in the A's are pretty good. Yep. I can shake. Old school slapstick in general went hard. This is true. Not going to the line. Don't care about the Dreamfell anymore. That's fair. Wesley going through the candidates is deserved. Yeah. No, I mean, Wesley going to the candidates is like, at this point, never going to be a bad choice. That makes sense for X4. I've been following up to help this one. I feel bad for Dreaming Away. I absolutely feel bad for him. Ho ho ho! Merry Christmas! Welcome, Jibber. No, Wesley going to the candidates is always a good thing. Always a good thing. Now it's between Gukesh and Anish, who would both also be firing the candidates. I'm on Team Gukesh, but don't tell Anish I said that. Yeah, but Caruana's just Caruana. That's just him. But no, I do feel bad for Dream. Because I don't read much malice into any of what happens in any of the drama situations. Because I just... Ready to become my Santa? Wait, how much am I getting paid? Now we can talk. Hold on a second. Not a terrible position. I'm okay with the positions I'm getting out of these Dutches. I'm being parasocialist community. But see, that's why I liked the video. That's why I liked the hour-and-a-half long response video. Because especially at the end, he just basically said that. Do you play video games? Yes. Actually, last stream, I went over it. My Steam end of year thing came back, and I ranked all the games that I played this year in order of how much I liked them. I have a lot to say about all of them. Going to make 6 figures. Now we're talking. Finally. His favorite games? Outer Wilds, Majora's Mask, probably like Portal 2. I also really like Psychonauts 2. Just a second, I have these written down somewhere. There we go. Portal is obvious. Well, I mean, Portal being good is like the coldest take of all time. Gollum is definitely a video game. You know what? Gollum is definitely a video game. That is correct. Ish. Maybe. Is it a video game though? Hold on a second. I'm not even sure anymore. I've never played Red Dead. It's on my list. So here's the thing. I only got a gaming PC like a year and a half, 2 years ago. And so I've been working through like a incredibly large backlog of like 80 games. And it's growing faster than I play them. But I just one at a time, right? I knock these suckers out one at a time. One at a time. I enjoy FPS games. I enjoy FPS games from time to time. Some of my favorite games are FPSs. I also really like Stanley Parable, World of Goo's up there. Bioshock I really liked. Papers, Please. Portal being a good video game, especially Portal 2, is like the least hot take of all time, but for good reason. He had bishop d5. He has bishop d5. He might have bishop d5. My plan was just to play like king f7 there, because I don't actually think he has an attack if we trade off that many pieces. I was just going to play king to f7 and say Rocket League. I couldn't quite get in Rocket League, but I'm not very good at video games, right? So Papers, Please is amazing. I thoroughly enjoyed Papers, Please. I didn't like Return of Obra Dinn as much, but that's spoilers for my games I played this year list. Playing Rainbow Siege. You're playing Siege right now? I've heard good things. If I were going to get into a competitive shooter, that's probably the one I would do. Tried Baldur's Gate. It was good. I don't know why there's some hate about it. Maybe some people like the type of games. I have seen zero hate for Baldur's Gate. Yeah, that rhymes. I have seen nothing but like unbridled love and affection for that game. Like nothing but Baldur's Gate 3 being game of the year, and it's not close. Which I haven't played it, so I don't know, but I'm just saying what I've heard. I've heard like nothing negative about it. Like zero. Please, homies. Ah, salty Spider-Man fans? Okay, that makes sense then. God of War 2 is overhyped. Never played that. Never played any God of Wars. GTA 6 thoughts? I've never played a GTA. I've never played a GTA, so my thoughts are yeah. Okay. So I did this last stream, but evidently no one cared last stream, so I'm going to do it this stream too. So I'm going to go over, if you'd like. My parents didn't either when I was younger. Now that I'm older, I don't see a real reason to. It's like maybe I'll get to it at some point. Can I play with you? I'm new at chess. Absolutely. Exclaim join to join the queue, Mr. Waldo Rodis. Just go to castle. Hey, thanks so much for the follow. Did I pronounce your name right? Boom, you're in. So you're number 2 in queue. But here's the thing. So the way I do my queues is I start my streams with playing Rated until I lose. And Rated's going pretty well today. Or we'll see. So far, Rated's going pretty well. I like this move a lot. Except I can't play because it's not a legal move. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Ignore that. This is also interesting. The problem is he's going to play like Rook D1 next move, so I need to find... I mean, honestly, I could go here and just target this pawn. Or Bishop F6. Might even be better. Yeah, Bishop F6, that way the queen can rotate to G7. That could be interesting. What are you doing? Trying to mentally break the bot? Well, it's not working. My bot is rock solid. I'm actually going to update it. They just got a new version. I haven't fiddled with it yet, but I'm going to. My bot has feelings. Okay, so here's the thing. I played, what did I say? Like 20 games this year? This works, right? Should have calculated this more. I played like 25 games this year. So I organized the games I played this year into 4 tiers. That was the number 3. 4 tiers, right? The lowest tier is the one I'm going to start with, and I called it the I Tried, which are games that I started with the intention to play through them completely, but I couldn't get through because I just was not enjoying my time with them. I tried. Hence the I Tried moniker. So the games in I Tried, that's not true. A lot of new games were good. There have been good new games. So the I Tried games this year, here comes the takes. Here come the takes. In order from worst to best are Starfield, Borderlands 2, Moonlighter, and Sekiro. I haven't voted on that. I'll vote on that today. Actually, we can do that. Make it content. Straight queens. I mean, you can keep doing that, but it just flips a variable. Like it just switches a variable from positive to negative. It doesn't really change much. It's fun. I respect it. I mean, I could add a restriction to say, oh, you're only allowed to do it X number of times. I might have to do that at some point, but we do live in a society. That's true. Fabi Player of the Year. That's a good choice. That's a W choice. Fabi, an excellent choice for Player of the Year. Hmm. Sean B. Chess. Have I heard of him? Never heard of him. Is he a good YouTuber though? Or was news? My recent. Oh, Chinese tier before Europe. That's an interesting choice. Thank you. Feel blessed. This is very goofy of me, and it's probably bad. Yeah, it's bad. Ah, well, this is going to be our loss. Yeah, the problem is the pawn does too good a job keeping my king out. That's the issue. If my king activity weren't so terrible, then I'd be okay. Gogo, would you mind stopping? I think you proved your point. The bot does not break to your goofy little antics. And so I'd prefer if we move on with the lives. That's not a terrible choice. It's difficult for me to have Ding have the move of the year, though, just philosophically, because I feel like he played. This is going to sound weird, but he played so little chess. Here takes. Here. He has 2 moves. What can he do in 2 moves? Nada. He has to go here, and there. Then he can get there. Okay, so he can do it in time. Wait, if I go here, takes here, 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 up there. Takes, push, here. It's better for him. It's very close. Rook e6 immediately. Well, Rook e6 immediately I don't find as threatening, because then I can get get my rook in just as easily. Oh, Shaw's. The thumbs up. Thumbs up is such a powerful emoji. Yeah, I'm completely lost. Moving up to the Halloween spirit. Bro, it looks like Christmas. It looks vaguely Christmassy. I mean, I'm not gonna well, I'm not gonna like pretend that I'm the king of interior decorating, but like, I mean, it's vaguely part of the Christmas spirit. Oh, yuck. Orange and a dark aura. It's lights. I forgot you could block people on Twitch. It's a good tool. It's not Halloween lights. Your Halloween lights. But like the bad, cheap kind. You find at like the Walmart. Hello, Echo. It's still completely losing for me, but I feel like now he has to think a little bit more. Because now it's queen versus rook. Now he has like a billion pawns as well. And he could probably just go for something goofy like trading the queen for the rook. But, you know. Gogo, would you mind being a slightly less toxic? Just a little. Yeah, I know. Easy W's, never in doubt. Next game, next win, very deserved, very deserved. Pre-moving checks until he runs out of time. Classic. Classic strategy. A salute, that does not deserve a salute. That doesn't deserve anything except a smack upside the head. I'll just play this. I like these lines. Smack upside the head. Nah, I'm not very good at flagging though. That's why it's such a crazy thing when it happens. So anyway, if I'm in the queue, how do I join you? So like I said, I start my queues by playing rated until I lose. I haven't lost yet. I am on fire. So it might be a minute, and then when queue starts, we'll go through it. Yeah, you're pushing the limits a little bit. You spelled "you're" wrong. It's "you are." Ingredient though, I know. But he's just frustrated that he kept poking. Anyway, Christmas stream on Monday happening, or you spend time with the family? I plan on doing most of my Christmas celebrations on Sunday actually, because on Monday I have a test, and so the plan currently is to still do a stream on Monday. That's subject to change, but for now that's the plan. Just go to castle. I've always liked these positions for white. That's why I play them. I can't tell how much you're trolling Koga because he's using the correct your. Jim bro, you don't fight toxicity with toxicity. That just creates more toxicity. It's not how this works. Fire with fire just creates more fire. Fire is my favorite element. Fire may be based. However, A through is kind of wasted tempo. I should have played Rook A B1 instead. I'm a little rusty. I haven't played these sorts of positions in a while. This hasn't been my main repertoire for a good long while. True. I had a nice, made myself a nice espresso. Any albums on next year you're excited for? I'm not going to be honest. I'm not super up to date on what albums are coming out next year. I should be, but I'm not. I can almost sack the bishop here, but I just can't. Just barely could not. Koga and Jimbro, can we please break it up? I'm going to have to mute people. I don't want to, but I will. Hmm. I want to do this, which both gets me off this diagonal, and also maybe this was poor. I'm undecided. Should I know who Shame are? I feel like there is an album next year I'm excited for, but I don't know what it is. Like I can't remember it. I feel like I've heard something. I'm excited about World of Goo 2 coming out. I'm excited about Rivals 2. A new BCNR album towards the end of 2024 I'd be excited for. Because I did like the sound of what they produced on live at... Was it Elizabeth Hall or Bush Hall? Don't remember. Whatever hall they were live at. I liked the sound of a lot of what they produced, but it was not an album, right? It was a collection of singles. Which isn't a bad thing necessarily, but one of the things I loved about Answer Up There was its nature as an album. So that was not... It didn't scratch the itch for me. Live at Bush Hall. It was Bush. Elizabeth Hall was the bonus track for Answer Up There. I get them mixed up. So, like... I don't think... Like, I think there still has so much creative energy there, even with Isaac gone, that I'm still super excited to see what they produce. No, no. I'm not saying they can't have any of the... Yeah, I'm not saying the songs there weren't good. Again, it's just it was not an album. Final warning, or 10-minute mute for both of y'all. Again, I don't want to, but I will. Yeah, that makes sense. I listened to the Laughing Song and I remember liking it, but again, BCNR is definitely not a singles artist for me. I'm very happy with this position. I've got to be somewhat careful. It's very complicated, but I like the direction the game is going. We'll see, right? I've got this backwards pawn to target, and I feel like the kingside pawn structure is also potentially weak. Ooh, they want c4. Interesting. I'm gonna go here. No, there's no f6. What am I saying? 95 is a very reasonable move. Yeah, I get what you mean. I think Bush Hall works really for a project that shows the band is not dead and the wire but still in the show. Exactly. I completely agree. And I think they did that very successfully. Listening to that, I'm confident that they still absolutely have the ability, and I would say even will, make something great again. I am very confident in that. And so at this point, I just haven't heard the great thing. They're just so very. It's so much. There again. You're right. So much talent. And so I think I completely agree. They did a very good job showing that okay, we're still here. We're still gonna make music, and it's still going to be excellent. And so my comment there is basically, all right, show me. And so if there was something in 2024, I would absolutely. The topic of discussion is Black Country New Road. And specifically the fact that it is possible that they're going to be releasing an album in 2024. That's the thing. It's funny when the lead vocalist leaves, you expect to be in a position where it's like, okay, who's going to sing? But it's because BCNR has so many like talented singers in their band, just randomly, seemingly. It's like, okay, they are lousy with people who could sing. There's so many. Show me what you got. Exactly. Yeah. My knight's coming to c5. This is a very difficult position to play for me. I have a lot of trouble with these. But okay. I'm going to go here. Because I am guarding this with my rook. Ooh, that's difficult because like my top favorite albums are all from different artists. So I would find it difficult to give a favorite artist because like my favorite album is the only album I've listened to from the artist I've oh wait, I'm completely missed knight a6. No, but then you had rook b3, it's fine. So it's a very difficult question. Yep. And I think that plays to their strengths. Again, we'll see how it turns out. I can't tell you if the album's going to be good or not, but it's definitely something. Who knows what the something is going to be? I really don't, but it's something. Maybe I won't like anything they ever produce again. Don't know. I just can't tell you if you'll be good. But you can tell me that you'll listen to it 24/7 for the next 3 years. Oh, it will definitely be interesting. It will absolutely be interesting, which is why I'm looking forward to it. It's a curious move. Creating a... I feel like he's creating more pawn weaknesses, not less. Very weird. Very weird. Now my plan is simply this. Maybe I have e4 at some point. I feel like the pawn on b5 is simply a weakness. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Just... I like queen c3 just in general as a move. I think it's very productive. And it also prepares rook a1. It prepares this queen move. It prevents the knight moving somewhere with tempo. I'm going to play rook a1. This might be a bit ambitious, but I'm nothing if not a bit ambitious. Oh, I could see banjo. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go here first. Could just go rook a7. Such a strong square for the rook. I'm going to go queen e1 first, just to be annoying. Well, that might have been bad, because now queen takes, rook a8, rook b1. Nah, it's fine. Do it. Oh, 10-minute mail. I like the idea of this. Simply because I feel like my queen isn't doing anything right now, so if I get the ability to play queen f3 at some point, that'll be such a strong move. I don't think I've ever heard of him, homies. Interesting. I'll have to listen to him at some point. I also got a ton of albums on my to listen to list. I've got a ton of movies on my to watch list. I've got a ton of albums on my to listen to list, and I've got a ton of games on my to play list. And I'm just chewing through them. It's a good place to be, honestly. Sometimes it could be discouraging because it could feel like all the best stuff's already been made, but then you listen to something or watch something or play something really exceptional and you're like, nah, we're good. We're in good hands. I have half mind to do something like this. This knight looks good, but I don't think it's doing as much as it could be. I also kind of want to play rook a7 now. But I'm not sure what I play after knight d2. That's the only question mark I have. Maybe I just play, like, knight d3 there and I go to e5. And because then your knight isn't attacking that and knight e5 looks better in that position. That looks interesting. Problem is he's got so many mate threats if I try to move away the queen there. I don't know. I'm gonna go for it. It might be a bit ambitious, but it's just such a strong square. It's just such a strong square. few days ago, I got dropped an NM. Hey, that's huge. Congratulations. I really don't think you can do that. I really doubt you can do that. Because even after check, I guess you can go check, queen f5. Check, king h2, queen f5. Queen takes f5. Hold on a second. Here. Check, king h2, queen f5. Ooh, that's annoying, actually. I mean, that's a really good position if I'm doing okay. Hold on a second. I think with 40 seconds on the clock, it's a better game for me. I'll listen to that in just a second. Maybe I'm wrong and my king is too far away. It's possible. This just felt like such a difficult position to play for... hold on. I might have made a mistake. Yep, I know. I recall. Maybe he goes for the draw there? No, he doesn't. This was my intention. It was the only thing I saw. Ooh, that's rough. Okay, he has 9 seconds. There's no way he can win this with 9 seconds on the clock. No universe where he wins this with 9 seconds. I can get into the square. Okay, we'll take the draw, and now I'll start doing the rated games. Because it's been 48 minutes. Rook takes f7 probably works in the previous position. I don't think it does. I was trying to justify rook takes f7, but I don't think it works. Let me show you what I meant. Or unless you meant rook takes f7 here. That's interesting. If that's what you meant, then maybe. But in this position, it definitely does not. I was calculating rook takes f7, but the problem is just plays king takes rook, and nothing's hanging. Like, I'm not threatening anything. But earlier, before queen f3, is interesting. I didn't consider that. And the intention is after here, check. You think I have compensation for a full rook? So what if he just goes here? I guess is the obvious question. Oh no, then I take on d5. That's definitely not a good square. So here allows knight check. So I guess I would have to be this square. Right? I'm already out of checks. Hey, what's up, Red? Yeah, I think king e8, which is the dumbest looking square in the position, but every other square gives me something. I can't go there. So every other square gives me something. These three all give me a knight check, and then this one gives me queen takes d5 check, so it has to be king e8. And after king e8, I don't have any more checks, and he needs one move to consolidate. He needs to be able to play queen check and then get his queen to f5, and I no longer have anything. which is the problem. If he consolidates, it's over. And but I really do think he yeah, he consolidates. There's nothing. I run out of checks already. I'm already out. And then what am I doing? Right? I guess you could try to argue for queen takes d5 here, and the point is I'm threatening like a weird mate. I guess that's the plan. I don't trust it. He's got a very exposed king, but I don't know if it's that exposed. Because, like, check, king h2, queen f5. Queen takes knight because I no longer have check here. The queen guards the check. He has this check, but that doesn't look productive. Is it productive? Actually, this might be productive. Hold on a second. Yeah, no, maybe it does work. Wow, maybe rook takes f7 does work. Interesting. In that case, taking looks too dangerous. Okay, so that was question number 1. So he can't take, that's for sure. So question number 2 is, does he have to take? Can he go rook a8, for example? Rook a8 just immediately threatening rook a1. But I guess now I go queen f3. But I'm not threatening anything currently. I am not threatening anything. Yes, I am. Hello, Wonder King. Wait, knight takes e3 works? I was trying to calculate it, but I couldn't justify it. I haven't listened to it yet. Oh, wait, does that work? What's the point? I got good news and very bad news. Hit us with the bad news first. Unless you're saying that I'm threatening knight takes e3 after rook a8, which is kind of part of the point. My account got banned? What? That is bad news. Well, why? What happened? Were you toxic in chat? That happens to so many people. I'm just threatening this. And here's the only thing I'm not sure about. Check here. I'm not threatening it. No, the reason was vague. Weird. No, I can't go there because of the knight. I don't know. Maybe rook takes f7 does work. Either way, I definitely did not have time to calculate it. Or at least I think I didn't have time to calculate it. I almost played rook takes f7. I actually didn't calculate rook takes f7 that earlier. I calculated it for a move later, but that obviously doesn't work. Rook f7 earlier is super interesting. Creative idea. I like it. Why is this guy transposing in this line? What's he doing? I'm saying this is now just fine for us because there's no queen d2 and threatens to take on h6, which is like the primary reason you're afraid of anything in these positions. I still expect that they'll tell you what it is they were trying to get you for shortly, but it is weird that they're that fake. Were they always that fake? Like an older you? Is that a compliment or an insult? And is it a compliment to me or an insult to me? The spirit of Richard Rapport is not present yet. No. I want to play like Richard Rapport. I don't have the guts to do it yet. I'm going to do this first, and then I'm going to take on e4. I want to take on e4, and I'm still intend to, but I think playing this first and then takes on e4 is better, because now I'm just going to take here if he lets me. Weird. I mean, I'm sure you could email them and ask them, Wonder King. That's usually how this works. Because usually the second chance account requires you to admit to doing whatever it is that they banned you for. And that's kind of difficult if you don't know what they banned you for. So I quit chess.com going to elite chess. Fair enough. And what makes you say surprisingly, Rexplore? I don't even disagree. I'm just curious what your reasoning behind the surprisingly is. Cromnick's blacklist? Oh my gosh. That's just... I mean, how crazy is that? He's Vladimir Kramnik. That's what's so crazy. It's like, he's a super well-respected player, you know? You like Amaranth? Not at all. I don't know much of anything about her as a person, but I really, really have a lot of ethical problems with her content. Because chess.com is like a relatively large entity, right? And when I had to do stuff with customer relations with other big entities, it never worked out as fast. Oh yeah, that's because, okay, this is going to sound bad, but chess.com is significantly less evil than most big entities. Like, I know some people don't like chess.com, and there are valid criticisms, but if you compare them with most other big entities that, like, you would expect to have normal relations with, chess.com's like doesn't do as many evil things. Like, I can't think of the last time they did something evil. They've made dumb decisions, but I don't count dumb decisions as evil. I don't think that's fair. You can't spell Alka with W? Yeah. Well, you can try, though. Maybe this is a bit optimistic, but I figure I could take the knight, because then I'm also guarding the g4 pawn. Without... Oh, okay. It's one of the reasons I was so okay with the chess.com partnership thing that they offer. So I was like, hey. I mean... Like, again, like, legitimately, what's the last time they've done something, like, evil? They've made bad decisions. They've made misguided decisions. But, like, I'm talking, like, super anti-consumer evil for the sake of profit margins. Like, the stuff you would expect a company of their size to do. Play my account 2 months, wanted it back. You know, just to come get back for me in 2 days, and I got 2 weeks of premium. Yeah, that's good customer service. That is textbook good customer service. I like that a lot. It's like, we're not just giving you your account back. We are with the same elo and everything. We're also giving you 2 months of 2 weeks of premium. That's such a good example of what good customer support should look like, where it's just super, like, the whole point of customer relations is to solve things for people and make them feel good about it at the end, you know? Oh gosh, Discord's it's an opposite example though, like the most opposite example you could think of. You see, when I interact with chess.com, I legitimately believe that they want to improve chess as a sport. I do not believe that Discord wants to improve online chat, online communications between people. You know what I mean? Maybe they do, but I don't believe it. That's what I mean. Again, they've made dumb decisions. But okay, whoa. Dumb decisions. You know, like everyone makes dumb decisions. Like, that's what I mean. It's not the act of malice. And this is going to sound another, like, really weird way of putting it, but, like, I think that's at least somewhat to do with the fact that they still have the business model where the customer is the customer. Because I feel like a big problem with a lot of Western business nowadays is that the customer isn't the customer, they're the products, you know? The customer is the shareholder, and the people who are actually buying and interacting with the company are the product being sold to the shareholder. And so you end up with companies who are not looking out for your best interests because they don't care about you, because you're not buying their product, you are the product. You know, a farmer, other than like crazy weird exceptional farmers aren't going to have their chickens be the first priority. They're going to have their people who they're selling the eggs to be the first priority. You know what I mean? Exactly, Expo. So chess.com still feels like they're doing the business model where you buy something or you interact with their company in a way where you might potentially buy something. You are the priority of the company. You know what? I can actually see that, Rad. The only issue, my hair's better. I'm just making fun. Just making fun. To be fair, he's got better facial hair, so it's wins and losses, right? Ups and downs, ups and downs. Hey, Ginger. Nailed that. I'm doing pretty well. Today I played some good chess. Did you also play some bad chess to like balance it out? Too much good chess at once and whew, you start actually like feeling good about yourself, and man, it's dangerous. One game and that was good, I think. Ah, okay, okay. No. Fair enough. It's crazy that Christmas is tomorrow. Or Christmas Eve, rather. Discord feels like I'm suspicious with the rock ain't moving. Yeah, no. I've dealt with big companies before. It's horrible, man. 400 ELO Indian. Hey, we take those. In the queue. We see the game. For sure, for sure. I've been actually doing pretty well tonight as well. It's an hour in and I'm still on the rated games because I haven't lost yet. I've gained like 20 ELO. Look, I started at 2127. I'm 2143 currently. And this is not that bad of a position. I'm up 2 pawns. Now, it's a very loose position, and I could probably lose pretty quickly after like one mediocre move. But I am up 2 pawns. So, like, it's a lot better than playing a position that looks suspicious, but you're not up any material. Zugzwang? Zugzwangs are actually one of the most satisfying things in chess. I love hitting Zugzwangs. Makes you feel like a genius. That's the thing. It feels like you're right, but I don't know. So I'm going to go here. My pieces somehow kind of work well together, but I feel like my king is very weak. Now his king's pretty weak as well, which is why I'm not too nervous about it, because I feel like he has a similar number of problems to the number of problems I have. Ooh, hold on a second. I like this check a lot, actually. I don't think it's good quite yet, though, but I'm going to keep it in the back of my pocket, because this could be a very good move soon. Check, and if he goes b3, that's got to be bad, because then I can simply go queen d7. And here, my thought process was, I was very strongly considering just taking the knight. What do you take with? If you take with queen, I trade queens, and I'm super happy. And I go king g7. King g7 like king g6. He just doesn't care. He literally doesn't care, chat. That was the best way to warm up in chess. I don't find that I really need to warm up that much in chess or in just mental activities in general. I'm not sure why. It's a weird thing. It's really quite bizarre. So I kind of just don't. Like my little brother does, my best friend does. I know a ton of people who do. It's super normal. For some reason, it's just never been a thing that I've needed to do. Know any gambits with the, like, when you're playing with the Sicilian or playing against the Sicilian? Like as white or as black is basically my question. I don't think he can decide how to take back either, because if you take back with pawn, I go queen c4. Now that might still be good, because you go like queen takes, rook takes, and then play like d5, and you try to prove that it's good with the Sicilian. Huh. Then it's kind of hard, because you kind of have to hope white plays into the line you're looking for. You don't have a lot of control as the Sicilian player over what kind of gambits you allow. There's a lot of gambits and a lot of like poison pawn stuff, but you don't have a ton of control over that. It's weird. I mean, I'm 2 pawns up in the rook endgame. I can't be that sad with this position. Rook c7 is already a move I wanted to play. I can also go b5. It's either b5 or rook b7. Rook c7. I'm going to go rook c7. Because I feel like b5 does actually create a weakness on a6. I'm going to play king g6, and then I want to play e5. I don't know if it's a good move yet, but I do want to play e5 at some point. B5 was better. Yeah, b5 was strictly a better move, because I gave him the b6 square. Now, he didn't play rook b6, which I think he should have, but he did not, so I think we're okay. Interesting move. I'm going to go here, because I do not mind the rook trade. I feel like my rook gets active way easier than his does. I gave myself a lot of backwards pawns, though, if he does the rook trade. I don't know anymore. But I am up 2 pawns. Rook f6 looks very natural. My next move is e5. Yeah, e5. My entire position was setting up to play this move, and I just played it, and now I've got a protected passive. My position kind of plays itself now. Now this position's very easy. And my rooks are already pretty much ideally placed. Not too shabby. He's going to have a very difficult time making any real progress here. You know what? Sure. I'm not going to give him the check, and I'm just going to push my h-pawn next. What are you going to do about it, buddy? Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Which one do I push with? This one, that way I can take back with pawn. With a rook and keep my pawns connected. Definitely this way. Yeah, this was absolutely correct. Then check here. Then this. I could also take. I'm not going to be greedy. I have 2 pawns already. If he checks, I go king forward once. And then I play king, and then I play rook f4 if he checks again. This is it. This is the plan. He's not threatening anything. Just this, I think, is pretty much lights out. Is pretty much lights out. Yeah. This. Check. Queens. There we go. Okay, that game was pretty clean. Man, I'm on a roll. Look at this. What is this, like 4 wins in a row? Let's go. Let's go. Oh, mouse slip. Okay, we're playing the Mises. We're doing this now. We are going King's Indian attack. It was an accident, but we're doing it. I haven't even started the queue because I'm just literally too good at chess. I am just actually goated with the sauce. Completely normal, rational position. Just going to continue playing reasonable chess. Okay, sure, we'll go for it. Oh, that was a bad move. Wait, it wasn't that bad. Nope, it was pretty bad. Never mind, he missed it. It's fine. All planned. Okay, here's the plan, guys. We are going to slowly outplay him in an even rook endgame. I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling good about myself. We are going to slowly but surely grind him. It was bad because he had knight d4. With tempo on my queen, also threatening some like weird f3 stuff after bishop takes g2. It would have been a problem. It really would have been a problem. Wasn't there a fork? Maybe. Hello, Flex. This guy's not playing the rook endgame nearly as poorly as I had hoped. But okay. We'll win anyway. If I were him, I would be trying to justify e5. That's also very interesting. Similar idea. I'm doing pretty well. In denial about Christmas being when it is, but otherwise, I'm in good spirits. Honestly, very drawish position. Hello, Merasmus. That's not how you pronounce it. Miriam SSZ. Is that better? Probably not. You know what? Get off my back rank. It's my back rank. The king and pawn endgame benefits me. Ever so slightly, the king pawn endgame benefits me. Nothing close to winning advantage, but it does. Because I have the queenside pawn majority and I have the 3-on-2, which is better than a 4-on-3, typically. Not by much, not a winning advantage, not even really enough to really push too hard, but, you know, we play chess, you know what I mean? If rook e2, if rook d2, I'm going to take first, and then I'm going to play rook e2, actually. If rook d2 check, I can go back rook e2. That is totally true. But I was hoping to, take a pair of rooks off the board. If he wants to repeat once, that's fine by me. I'm not going to allow the threefold if I can help it. Same idea here. If he wants to go for the repetition, that's totally okay. In which case, I'll mix it up and I'll go f4 or something. I want to do this one, that way he doesn't get rook e1 check. Yep, you're in queue. The only problem is I'm too good at chess. So I haven't been losing at all. If he goes to the pure king and pawn, again, I think it benefits me. And if he just trades that rook and then plays like rook e1 or something, I think that's okay for me too. I really don't have that many, if any, weaknesses. He does go king and pawn endgame. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Not what I expected. Kind of disagree with this, not gonna lie. Look, I got the freeze. This is why I play endgames. This is why I play endgames against everybody. I got the 2-on-1 freeze. I am now pushing for a win. For no other reason than black doesn't know his endgames. I push this. And now I go here. This is why I try to beat people in endgames, because there is no universe where black should have allowed this for me. Like, this is bad. Look at this position. There's no universe where I'm going to lose this. I either win or I draw, and he has to grovel. This is probably winning already, honestly. This move was also bad. Look at this. This is why I tell people to study endgames. This guy's 21. He was 2170. That was a 2170. He missed a chance to just kill me tactically, and so he played an endgame, and he just blundered. I'm just too good at chess. I'm supposed to just play like 3 games. Lose, and then we get on to the actual playing the viewers. But I'm just too good today. I just won't lose. gonna take the queen, is my line. Because these guys keep giving me my endgames. They keep giving me my endgames. I told you the king and pawn endgame benefited me. I told y'all. I said it. I said the king and pawn endgame benefited me. Not by much. Not by much. But it does benefit me. Now we're playing this position. I know this position fairly well. I play it somewhat frequently. I've always liked this for black, though, because I feel like the knight is better placed on e7 and e2 than f3 and f6. So I think knight f3 is not a waste of a tempo per se, but a poorly used tempo. How true that is subjective, but that's always been my subjective feeling about the position. Now, given he's doing this correctly, because I can't really do anything there, because I can't allow knight f6, so I have to go for this sort of stuff. D takes doesn't seem correct, though. I would love to go into the center, but if I do, he plays knight takes, and this bishop is terrible for the rest of my life. So the plan is here, and then f4, f5, sorry. I can h6 at some point. Let me play chess. Very rational stuff. I'm going for my king side push. He's going for a queen side push, usually. Although locking in the center doesn't help him too much. Well, it doesn't help me much either. It's a very even position. It's a very even position. There's not a whole lot to play for as either side. It's either color. Just trying to make this b4 push as difficult as possible, because that's his one plan for how to improve his position. And so if I can forever prevent that, then he doesn't have a way to improve his position. Ooh, I disagree with that move. Maybe I shouldn't, but that move looked suspicious. Maybe f6, or maybe I should avoid giving him the knight. I think giving him the knight's fine, though. Play f5. Get a lot of kingside space. Again, these positions require a lot of dynamic play. A4? No, his plan is this. He wants to pile up. Which isn't the dumbest idea. Like, I'm not sure I would play like this, but this isn't the dumbest thing. The problem is I feel like he's not giving me everything I want, but giving me a lot. He's giving me a lot of space. He's giving me a lot of activity. He's giving me a lot of things. You know? That always feels kind of bad. He's going to sack? What was your plan? Knight's coming to like f5. I mean, we play chess, right? Okay, that makes sense. Seems like a weird move to me. I want to play knight h4 and then f3. That's my big idea. Knight h4, f3, and I don't think it's easy to stop. Maybe knight g3, g6 is more accurate. Okay, queen isn't doing anything currently. Queen g4 looked more interesting to me. This looks just totally fine. then f3, if I'm allowed. If I'm allowed to play f3, I think it's a position. I mean, g3 looks hideous. I don't think he can play that. It doesn't seem like there's too many moves he can play, honestly. It's definitely one of them, though. Is it? Yeah, he can take on... He's threatening to take on g5. How do I defend g5, actually? It's kind of annoying. Maybe I can be fancy and go queen f5, knight takes, and then just go queen takes d3 and say, okay, I'm giving you giving you that passer because it doesn't matter. Seems a bit speculative, but the knight can come back to e4, and that's the problem, I suppose, yeah. I can play rook f5, though. That's interesting. Rook f5 is interesting. Again, the problem with f3 is he just takes here, right? Yeah, that can't be good. d6 is too important. I glues my position together. Rook f5 looks interesting. The plan still being f3. Because I really do want my queen behind the rook rather than in front of it. I think it's a huge differentiating factor to the position. I think that makes a big difference. You ate your irritating dog? So wait, do you have an irritating dog and a not irritating dog and you ate just the irritating one? See, this is what I mean. Now, maybe this is still not amazing for me, but it looks interesting. You racist? Does that mean like erasing things? Wow. Does that work? Does that actually work? I really was very skeptical of that idea. Maybe it does. Wow. Yeah, but I really felt like I had some sort of sacrifice. Like, just give him the rook and the king is too weak or something. But I'm like one move shy in every position that I can calculate. Or like give him the d6 pawn or give him something. I really thought I had a sacrifice here. That was the reason I went into this. Or like here and I give him the g5 pawn, but... After he takes my knight, I just don't see anything. That's interesting. Well, it looks like this is going to be the game I lose, fellas. Rook f4 or rook f6? That's the only decision right now. Rook f4, rook f6. It's got to be rook f4. Rook f4, knight takes king here. Knight e6 is a little annoying. No, it's not. You can't move the knight. What am I saying? I guess you can. Hold on a second. Rook f8's also an option. Rook f8 just looks... It's gotta be rook f4. F6 makes your bishop die? Yeah, it's gotta be rook f4. Bang. Bro literally said, Merry Christmas, here's a virus. Like, wow. Yeah, and then this is very, very bad for me. Like, that's just rude, you know? I just go g7. I was thinking to completely give the rook and go for knight g6 and I have 4 ideas. I was considering that, but how do I even give the rook? So knight g6, knight g6, he takes the rook. Knight f4, he takes there. It's still check. That's still a problem. Like, I would have loved to give up the rook there, but I didn't see a good way of doing it. That was like my point. That was my issue with the position. Like, here I'm more than happy to give him the rook. If he wants to take my rook with his bishop, be my guest. Why not queen takes h4? That's what I don't understand. I really expected that to be the move. But, I mean, okay. We can almost trap his queen, but I don't think we can quite do it. We might be able to trap his queen in the sense that we get like a perpet out of it or something, but the problem is I can't play knight f4, which is the move I would want to play, right? Because in this position, if you go knight h4, then he takes on d6. That's the issue. And in this position, he goes back to h5, and knight f4 doesn't actually accomplish anything. I'm very close to some goofy checkmate, but it just barely doesn't quite work out. You know? I find that also interesting. Giving me h5 seems weird. No, this is... I disagree with the way he's playing with this. Maybe it still works. Maybe he's still winning or better or whatever, but I just disagree with it. I feel like he's making his position way more difficult than it has to be. Which to me is like one of the greatest sins in chess. Is making things hard when they're not hard. You know? Maybe I go here, I sack the second exchange. Take with knight, but the problem is this hangs. So I can't. If I take here, he takes the rook. Is he threatening anything? That almost works. I have so many almosts in this position, but none of them quite work out the way I want. So many almosts. I'm giving up the rook. No, not this way, though, because if I give the rook that way, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work, because he takes on f3, and then I don't have anything. I mixed up the moves in my head. Darn it. Not if it's interesting to me. I was planning on taking on g4 before I took the bishop because I felt like it was at least interesting, but it would have been interesting, but this is definitely very bad. Yeah, it's looks like don't think I have anything. Maybe I should have taken this with check. Even that I don't think accomplishes anything. Well, there's your loss. Well, there's loss. Okay, now we're 2150. I mean, that's not too terrible. What is that, 23 elo? But that just kind of goes to show how difficult it is to gain elo at this level. Because if you look, I've been here for an hour and a half, and I've lost one game. So I've been playing rated chess for an hour and a half, and I've lost one game. So, yeah, these two games earlier today I got distracted, so I played terrible. These two games I did fine. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games, and I scored 4.5 out of 6, and I gained 23 elo. 4 wins, a draw, and a loss, and I gained 23 elo. That's rough, man. I'm not complaining. Seems like a dub. It is a dub, but I'm just saying that's why it takes so long to gain elo. That's why it's such a. It's not bad, it really isn't. But it's just such a like push. You have to push so hard to gain elo. I don't regret it because it makes the elo worth a lot, you know. So when you do gain elo against people, it's like a big deal because it's like wow, you know. That's why it's valuable. It's because it's so hard, but it's hard. 2100 plus gaining 23 is W for me. Anyone gaining 23 is W. 23 is a lot of elo. Just say. It took me an hour and a half of playing amazing chess compared to what I normally play to gain 23 elo. I'm very happy with it. This is not a complaint. This is just an interesting thing to me. It's a very practical example of people talking about how gaining elo is hard. I think I just cast it here. I think I don't care. For 20, if I spend 30 minutes and boom, that's what I mean. Again, which makes sense. It should get harder because that's like how it works, right? As you get better, it should get harder to get even better. It's, you know, the S curve sort of thing. But man, the problem is not the problem, but one of the things that makes it interesting is people just stop going down without a fight. The only people who are left are the people who just like tooth and nail, you know. Tooth and nail, just fight and fight and fight and fight. Are you playing viewers? Yes, now I am. Yeah, I always start with the rated games. Now, the thing is, because I kept winning Ginger, that's why the rated games lasted so long. Usually I win 1, maybe 2, and then I lose. Sometimes I've lost the first game. I've had that happen before. Yeah, no. No. This 1300 is asking for it. Which based? What? He was literally asking for it. He wants to learn. That's W. Growth is a W. Kidding? No. We've talked about this. Jokes are not allowed in this stream. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? It's ridiculous. Unfair. Very greedy. Maybe it works. Maybe it works. Who am I to say? It's just very, very greedy. I just figured his pawn structure will be the worst thing ever to grace the earth. Okay, so here's my question. What are you doing with your king? Enjoy. I hope you choke on the pawn. I hope you choke on that pawn. Try castling long? Not if I take on b7 right now. Not if I do this, he won't. I wish actually he's going to try castling. What are you doing? I just have to avoid a queen trade at this point. If I can avoid a queen trade, I think I have full compensation. But given that is easier said than done. This is not the most trivially simple position to play. It's interesting, but I just don't have a ton of faith in a position with this many big, screaming problems. Maybe it's all works. Maybe it's all fun, and maybe I'm coping, but we'll see, right? Well, he's going to get a second. He can try and get a second pawn. That's what makes it so interesting. That's the thing. He can, that's what, see, this is what I mean. He can greed to an insane degree and go for the second pawn. Still? No, I agree with you. I'm not dissatisfied with the way the position is going. I can't decide how I feel about this position, honestly. I'm conflicted. But I just feel like the king is going to be such a big problem. Maybe I'm reading too far into it, but like bishop c3 here, and my bishops are just so strong. It's 2 pawns. It's a lot of material. But queen size choked. Everything's choked. What is he doing with his life, you know? Like I have stuff coming where I could think about playing f4 and then like rook takes, you know? Then maybe I get the f6 square somehow. It's very complicated. It's very complicated. But just I'm immediately threatening bishop c3. Immediate threat, bishop c3. I mean, it doesn't look like the easiest thing to deal with. Maybe it doesn't do anything, but like it's so scary. It's such a scary position. Such a scary position. Maybe I'm cooking or maybe I'm getting cooked. Like it's for me it's equally possible. Like maybe black has some impossibly genius combination of moves where he holds everything together by the skin of his teeth. But just like look at this bishop. At this point I'm okay with the queen trade because isn't he just losing a piece? No way. What are you cooking? I refuse to believe that that works. Give me a second. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I will forgive a lot. There's no universe. Not ours, not a parallel one. No way. I'm just deciding where to move the knight, whether to f6 or d6. D6, queen takes. Queen takes queen. Shut, man. No shot. Why not just take the knight? Because then he takes my knight. I guess I take one of the. I guess I take one or both the rooks. That works too. I'm just trying to be fancy, which might be the death of me, but maybe I'm being too fancy for my own good. But this looks amazing. We gave a knight now. Well, I always give a knight, but I just this was my plan, and then I take on c6, and the problem is the bishop is the knight's pinned to the bishop. Maybe I had better, but I'm also threatening like a rook check at some point. It looked really scary to me. So maybe just taking the knight was better, and I'm overcomplicating it. But oh, that's an interesting move. This is not more forcing a knight f3. Completely missed knight f3. That's an interesting move. I mean, there you go, right? Don't know, man. Slug white position? Nah. Nah, he's consolidated. I'm worse, maybe losing. He's consolidated. There's nothing to like. I mean, that's a bad move, but yeah, I should have just taken the knight. I got a little too fancy for my own good. But okay. Bishop d4 is a mistake. I'm 90% sure he just plays bishop d6 here, and I have nothing. This seems a lot more complicated to me. And I don't think it was necessary for him to complicate it this much. I mean, he's probably still better. It just did not seem necessary to make it that difficult for himself. Another pawn? Maybe. I like this better. Maybe this is bad. It didn't look bad. I'm very undecided. His king's super exposed, and his rook on h1 is... h8 is very inactive. I mean, I could probably just do this and go and, like, cash out into the rook endgame. Which is more than a little cowardly, but I don't see a better option. And here, check, here, takes here. And he can't stop rook c1 and taking this pawn, and so it'll just be one pawn. No, I don't know. Oh, he's been around for a while, we'll see. But I didn't play this particularly well. But whatever. Yep. Forgetting the past is hard. This isn't the worst position, though. I've won worse and I've lost better, you know? Just going to get one of my pawns back. If I trade rooks here, it's a draw. And if I trade bishops, it's also a draw, so... The only way you can hope for a win is if he plays for the attack that his two pieces can make. Because rook and bishop do very well together for an attack, and opposite color bishops benefit the attacking side. So the only way he plays for a win is if he doesn't hang his rook, and also if he plays for an attack. So like a rook d8 instead of a rook e8 would have been better. I'm out. Mad? As in he's mad, or as in the position is mad? I can't tell because you never know if someone's speaking British English or an American English. Played really nice. I could have done better. Yeah, for sure you were. Wow, the pawn sacks were sound. I could totally get away with it. This is why I love the Catalan. And bishop 5 was inaccurate. I probably should have played f4. f4. No, not f4. Really? Just bishop takes b7 immediately. Sheesh. Anyway. Yeah, you played extremely well. Now, I have no idea what you were cooking with bishop c6, but man, it stunk. This was just not a good move. Now, it's difficult to find a good move. However, f6 is probably my first recommendation. Just solidify everything, close down the diagonals, and try to... Maybe you play king f7. Maybe you castle. Just try to get out of there. Because your king is way too exposed. You are up 2 pawns, but there's a very good chance you will just die. And so it doesn't matter how many pawns you're up if you're checkmated. And so bishop c6 is that sort of move where now if I could just take your queen and then here I take your rook, and it's like, okay, you are just down a full rook. Now I didn't play that because I'm a dum-dum. I didn't even take this first. So this would have just been totally good for me, because then I would have... So I completely messed up my move order twice, and so because of that, I ended up just being 2 pawns down in the endgame. Not the dum-dum, yes, the dum-dum. Knight f3 is a very nice find. But no. Just playing queen takes queen was very clearly best. And then I just pre-moved bishop takes b2 pretty much. And I let you take because I don't care, because I'm taking your knight, and now I'm up a lot. How much am I even up here? A full rook? I'm up a full rook. A rook for 2 pawns. And your pawn structure is the worst pawn structure I've ever seen in my life. I somehow survived? Yeah. This is the worst pawn structure I've ever seen in my life. So it's very, very clear losing. Again, your priority here should be getting out of the center alive. That's priority 1, 2, and 3. And this diagonal is one of your biggest problems. 2 double pawn islands? It's hideous, man. Bishop f6 almost works, but the bishop c3 is just such a... Sure. Okay, let's say rook d8. Rook d8, I would have taken on c7. This was my plan, rook c7. I don't want to take on a7 because I don't want to give you the rook check and then like this sort of thing. I don't want to deal with that. So I'm guessing you go rook d1, right? You go rook d1, right? Rook d1, king g2. This is a draw, homies. Very drawish. Just because opposite color bishops, you're a pawn up, but if we trade rooks, it's a drawn bishop endgame. If we trade bishops, it's a drawn rook endgame. Squeezing a win out of this will require a lot of endgame finesse. I'm a genius, you see. No. This is a draw. I mean, what do you play here? What's your next move? Yeah, I mean, I would play this on as black for 1,000 years. Don't get me wrong. I'm not telling you shouldn't play this on. I would play this on forever. You do not understand how much time I would spend playing this on. So did I get better? Oh, absolutely. Elliot, thanks so much for the follow. Okay, it's probably not Elliot. It's probably Elliot H, right? Okay, wait. Now it's Waldo's turn. I took a long time. Sorry it took so long to get here, Waldo. George defends against you. Hey, go for it. Cook. This is why I love the Catalan, though. Like, the fact... I don't know any theory for this. This was off the cuff. Now, bishop f4 wasn't accurate, but... just the fact that I just casually sacrificed 2 pawns. Add you where? Hello, Snail. I think Waldo... Where's Waldo? Just send me a friend request, homies. Boom. Boom. Okay, what was your chess.com name? Waldo, my good sir? I thought you were here. Showed you on my little, my dashboard I have, but you never know. So what's your chess.com name, Waldo? Oh, perfect. Keeping it simple for me. I appreciate that. Dang it. What? Snail. I thought you were on my side here. Yeah, we had a graphic design bot earlier. Or at least I assume they were a bot. Okay, I'll send you a challenge, Waldo. Again, I assume they were a bot. Dominican Republic. Interesting. I thought so too. I was about to have a stroke and die. But that's fine. I'm alive. I'm a 3D graphic design artist. No, again, I don't think all of them are scams. I don't see it. Okay, give me a second. I don't think all of them are scam artists. I think they're just people with who were taught a bad form of hustle. A bad form of arguing their own. You have the JoJo profile picture, right, Waldo? In which case, you can send me a... Oh, no, you saw it. You're good. I come here a lot because I read the message before I read the name. Which I probably shouldn't do, but I did. Okay, we're good. So let's see what we can learn. Let's see what we can learn. Sure. Do not ban me. Oh no, I said it's just cool. Ban insurance. Ban insurance? How do you think this works? I am an internet content creator. If anything, I'm more likely to ban you because I said I won't. Like, the reputation here is that I will actively go out of my way to do things I said I wouldn't do. Especially recently. I mean, come on. Yeah, your ban insurance got you banned. I'm sorry. This is what being banned feels like. How does it feel, Snail? How does being banned feel? Tell the audience at home watching. Do I have a family? Not anymore. Not anymore. I mean, come on. Rookie mistake. What do you mean that's dark? I didn't say what happened to them. It could have been something not as dark. You just assumed it was dark. It could have been wholesome. Wholesome lack of family. Doing a revolution? It's a pretty bad one, honestly. Mr. Waldo is playing quite well for 571. Band of the Band shirt? Sure. True, 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 true. Snail just knows where the cool places are and he hangs out there. It's that simple. It's that simple. I am the reason why Twitch is rich. uh, I like the new light color. It's not really new light color. I just figured I'd turn off my colored light and just normally have the Christmas lights because I feel like that makes the vibe a little bit more relaxed. It's like a new era. I don't know. I might go back to the blue, or maybe I'll change to a new color. I change it every once in a while. I get bored. Bro is the world's fastest snail. He watched the movie Turbo and said, "Man, that is literally me." He lives in a parallel universe where Ryan Gosling played the titular character in DreamWorks' Turbo. This is what happened. Any questions? Oh, I strongly disagree with that move. Newton didn't know what he was talking about. I mean, honestly. Like, have you heard of entropy, bruv? I didn't think so. Because it contradicts like half of your magical laws. Actually, kind of. It's gotten way better. Look, look, look. It's not perfect, and it's not like it was before I started the no poo thing. However, it has gotten significantly better. So I'm giving it a bit more time. I was at my breaking point, but I am less at my breaking point. John von Neumann. Oh, I know that name. Give me a second. Yeah. The Neumann CPU architecture. Do I like him? It's an interesting question. I just lost the game. I should have won against a strong opponent. Oof. Yeah, the von Neumann stuff. Yeah, game theory, computer architecture, all that. The same with me. My hair has lots of dandruff until I notice my scalp is dry and doesn't have any oil, so I try to apply coconut oil every 3 days to keep it clean. Interesting. Until I find a good shampoo. You could also try using like a hair mask. The thing is, the reason I'm trying the shampoo free or the no poo thing isn't necessarily because I had too many big problems with my hair. I was just one, curious, and two, I mean, if you can remove like random products from your life, that's kind of a good thing. If you need them or if you find them helpful, I don't see any problem with having them. Like I'm not going to get rid of deodorant, you know, but it's experience exactly. Because even if it doesn't work, which results have been mixed, now I know, right? If otherwise, I would have to live the rest of my life being curious. Newman's stuff is interesting. I'm trying to remember what exactly he did in game theory. Because I know a bit of stuff about, again, I'm fairly certain he did like computer architecture, or at least there's a computer architecture named after him. But I don't remember what he did about game theory. Because I remember the ideas, but here we go. Oh, he founded game theory. Oh, I love game theory. I love game theory so much. Such a good YouTube channel. No, I'm kidding. No, game theory is such a fascinating subject to me. I'm an economist. I'm like, I mean, I am in school for economics. Featuring separate memory from data instructions. Yeah. I just read about that recently. I don't know a ton about it, but it's still a very commonly used architecture, I believe, isn't it? No, wait. Or is that the Oxford or like the Harvard architecture? I get them confused. I'm not a computer science student, so all that's just free time reading for me. Yeah. Interesting stuff. Suppose Harvard architecture, which is both same memory, non-numeric commonly used for the cache memory of the CPU, while the overall system is Harvard, having instructions and data in the same memory. Right. CPUs have become so expensive. I mean, GPUs are where the problem's at. CPUs have been expensive, but you get some crazy good stuff. And if you're willing to buy something last gen, you can get some insanely good prices on some insanely good CPUs. One good CPU in 2023 costs 1.5K. What on earth are you talking about? CPU? Are you sure you don't mean GPU? Even GPU, there's only like one that's cost that much. And it is the best one, yeah, but like, you don't need it. CPU. Are you talking like Threadripper? You must be talking Threadripper, but even then, why? That's not the only, like, you don't need Threadripper by any stretch of the imagination. He must be talking HEDT, right? He must be talking Threadripper. In which case, yeah, but Threadripper's always been expensive. My entire rig costs less than 1,500. Significantly less than 1,500. Okay, again, you're talking Threadripper. Yeah, Threadrippers are expensive. But why don't you... Okay, wait, hold on a second. So Blender's a hobby. Why don't you use GPU rendering? Is my first question. Why not use GPU rendering and get a GPU instead? I mean, it's still going to be expensive, but if you need high-end performance, I mean, to some degree, like, it is a very GPUable task, but that is expensive though. That one makes sense. Now I kind of like get it to some degree. GPUs are expensive. Harder to render. It's hard to render though. Well, yeah, but CPU rendering is very expensive because you need a ridiculously strong CPU with a ridiculously high number of cores. Which you can do that, but it's expensive. Again, you need HEDT, which is at this point Threadripper. Unless you want to, I mean, what was the CEO of a company? Chief Operating Officer? I think they handle like the everyday tasks of the company. And they handle operations, you know? I mean, if you're willing to buy used, you could get like a used 30 series or something. Same CPU for the CPU from overheating during the GPU task. Well, yeah, but if you're going to do GPU rendering, then your GPU can do most of the heavy lifting, and so you'll still need a decent CPU, but it goes from being $1,000 CPU to a $200 CPU. Like, you could run Blender on a 7600 or something. I mean, you'd probably want like a 7700, but that's not that much of a price increase. Okay, that's a what, $300 CPU? I'm assuming US prices. Because you could get like you could go AM if you wanted upgradability, you could go AM5 and then get a GPU and do GPU rendering. Well, yeah, but you wouldn't need top of line GPU if you're using CPU if you're using GPU encoding. You make a game, you need a lot of money. What? If you make a game, then you need a... I'm confused. Like, I could probably run Blender decently well. It wouldn't be amazing because I went RDNA 2, and RDNA 2 is not amazing at Blender, but... a lot of money for rendering performance? Well, yeah, but, like... it's a very... you don't need it. It would just be very helpful. Technically, you don't need it to do Blender. However, you're saying, like... you want to use cutting-edge features, but then you don't want to pay for it. That makes sense. And murder? Oh, so you're making games. Well, at that point, there's your problem, because then you need, like, a very strong gaming rig. So you need, like... honestly, if you want to be able to test modern features, you would probably need a 40 series graphics card. And then, at that case, it makes more sense to pair with, like, an AM5 motherboard, so you want to be looking at a $2,000 machine. But a $2,000 machine still isn't a $1,500 CPU. It's expensive. But if that's, like, your job, then $2,000, you're paying for your job. 3090 would be enough? Yeah, but 3090s, you don't get to test, DLSS3. That's the problem. Is if you're a game dev, you want to be able to test your own features. And so stuff like ray tracing and DLSS3 would be something you'd want to be able to test. Right? So you would want 40 series for that reason. Even if DLSS3 isn't that useful of a feature, unless you don't, just plan on including it, which you could just get away with 30 series, but Blender, because I can't spend $3,000 for a game. There's some mental problems. Well, 2,000 and 3,000 are different. And you don't need $3,000. $3,000, $2,000, a $2,000 machine is if you're developing like a big AAA game. If you're indie dev, making an indie dev level game, you don't need that kind of machine. You could do with a $1,200 machine, a $1,500 machine. Even less than that, most likely. Especially if you're doing something 2D, but with Blender, I assume you're doing 3D. But even then, you could get away with a $1,500 machine. It wouldn't be that difficult. Get a used 30 series card, right? Because no one uses DLSS 3 anyway. But it's too complex. Compact laptops, Mac is the king. Well, that's because of battery life. They're amazing for productivity. Now, for gaming, they're terrible. And they also struggle with any task that you need. Because the problem is a lot of software also doesn't run on Mac OS. Not just battery life. Says the Linux user. Well, yeah. But Wine doesn't work as well on Mac as it does on Linux because of the ARM. Now, Rosetta's magic, but also there's no translation layer to Metal. That's the problem. I can do D3D to Vulkan. I can graphics layer it, and I can run basically anything through Wine and Proton, right? Unless a developer explicitly says no, which some people do, but whatever. You can't really do that on Mac OS because there's not a good translation layer into Metal because Apple hasn't developed in it. I have a Mac as a machine that I used through high school, and I still use to this day as a productivity machine. It's an amazing machine. More efficient and classy. Well, yeah, but they also cost an arm and a leg, Ginger. That's the problem. Is like if prices being equal, they would be just better, but they're significantly more expensive. And they're not bad for that reason, but they're not just better because price is a big factor, especially outside of the US. Use my SSD to save Blender files before my hard disk explodes. Okay. Where's things, laptops, you can't upgrade them? Yeah, that's the truth. That's yeah, you can't upgrade them. So they end up being expensive long term. Unless you get something like a framework, which you could get a framework. You'll probably be paying a little bit more for the specs, but not even that much. So get a framework. Boom, upgradable laptop. You're welcome. Because Unix is like terminal. Well, it's Unix like terminal because it is Unix. Mac OS is a fork of Debian for all intents and purposes. It's literally a fork of Debian, and it's also more stable because, you know, they've got like $1 trillion behind it. So for programming, it's supposedly very, very good. PC with an option, laptop is a Mac. Oh yeah, same. I have a laptop and a PC. My laptop is a Mac, and my PC is Linux. You do not have to have Windows for gaming rig. Common misconception. Proton is very good. Games not running on Linux is now the exception. Most games run totally fine on Linux. And actually, a lot of games run slightly better because of Linux just being a more efficient operating system. Translation layers have gotten really good. No, legit, Proton has gotten amazing. You install something like Nobara and you don't have to think about it. Now, I don't use Nobara because I hate myself. But what about Ubuntu? I don't like Ubuntu, and they're not the best for gaming. Just use Nobara. For gaming, Nobara. It's not a question. I would recommend KDE, but the GNOME one works well too. I mean, Ubuntu is not terrible, but it's just... I feel like Ubuntu is a copy of Mac. It's the other way around. Mac OS is a fork of Debian. So Mac OS copied Debian, and they just put a lot more money behind it. And Debian is the base of Ubuntu for FreeBSD. Well, yeah, but it doesn't also have a lot of Debian influence. I could have sworn. Yeah, it's a really early fork. Of course, I'm not saying they stole it or anything. Apple put a lot of dev work behind it. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not a problem. I'm just saying, you know. It's like everyone says KDE looks like Windows. It's like, okay, KDE did it first. And, you know, Windows put a lot more money behind it, but it's fine. But yeah, it's a microkernel based BSD Unix operating system with its own proprietary display subsystem, driver architecture, and window manager. But it's proprietary display subsystem. I think it uses just a version of X. Same form perfection I've come to expect. Of course not. No. I am not arguing that Linux. I'm arguing that Linux can compete with Windows on that front, but it can't compete with Mac OS on that front. Never use Linux. Should I do it? My preference would be no. You know, gaming, and it's necessary, but it should be nice, you know, feel good, not clumsy. Should I use Linux? Try it out. That's the thing. It's free. Try it. If you don't like it, stop. Again, I would recommend Nobara if you want gaming and you want it to just kind of work. KDE Nobara specifically. I use Arch because I hate myself. How much space does it need to install? Well, if you want a full install, shouldn't take that much. Let me check. To install, I think it only needs like less than 20 gigs, yeah? Maybe that's old. No, yeah. Less than 10. Yeah, you're right. Actually, less than 10. This guy's saying 13 after several months of use. So, like 10 gigs. No, dude. Linux has a lot of problems. Okay? It really does. As a Linux user, it has a lot of problems. Space, like storage space, and CPU efficiency are not part of them. And like RAM usage. CPU usage, RAM usage, like storage usage are not one of the problems Linux has. Not even close. That's like the thing that Linux destroys, like even Mac OS. Now Mac OS keeps up with Linux better than Windows does, but it murders in RAM usage. What are the problems? The problems is it's a lot of the times it's a little bit more rough around the edges, and so things aren't built for it as much, and so it's not uncommon to have to kind of do a hacky solution for something. Now, Distributions like Nobara are a lot better about that, but or maybe by smaller groups than Microsoft or Apple. Yeah, pretty much that. And things aren't optimized for it as much. So it's not guaranteed that something will work, and it is possible that you'll have to janky work around it. Usually there are alternatives, but and technical support. It's harder. You can't play next. You can join, and then when it's your turn, it's your turn. Because it is open source. Good. And, you know, and another big problem is tech support is harder for Linux because there's smaller user bases. Well, again, just I would say KDE Nobara, and the installers are pretty decent. That's what I hear. Again, I don't use Nobara because I hate myself. Change chess to technology stream. I get distracted very easily. There you go, you're in. And you're in, bruh. Okay, so, Waldo, you played extremely well for 500. I want you to know that. First things first. The only issue here is one of the big things and most interesting things about chess is pawns can't move backwards. So when you push the B pawn here, these two squares cannot be attacked by a pawn for the rest of the game. Very long term. So this move is very committal. Pawn moves, you have to think about pawn moves as moves that will affect you for the rest of the game. And so moves like h3, it's not that big of a deal. But something like this, it really, really is very committal. As for Ubuntu, I just tried it. Oh no, just not because it's more like Mac OS, and I've been using Mac since 6-7 years. Possible. Ubuntu is fine, but I don't like Ubuntu because one, I just don't like it visually, aesthetically. I think it's kind of soulless looking. And two, I don't like the way they do things. They end up pushing themselves in more Mac OS direction, where they do a lot of stuff more proprietary. And so the upside is you get better support on Ubuntu for things, but I feel like you lose some of the strengths of moving to Linux if you use Ubuntu. It's not evil. A lot of people use it and have a lot of success, but I find it a little soulless. I like the idea of this Night Sack, though. I'm going to be honest with you. Very interesting, very creative. And I think it's a good approach when desperate to go for this sort of thing. Like, maybe even takes on f7 was worth considering as well, but I guess king takes as well. Do it. Hey, Varmy. Christmas almost. Yeah, I have an exam on Christmas, so I'm going to be basically celebrating Christmas tomorrow instead of on Christmas Day. So I could just do this. I almost did this, but I was just like, I don't want to have to calculate it for like Rook F1 or something. I was being a little lazy, so I took the one first. Again, like, that's the thing. You're not going to really destroy anything. It's by trying Linux out. And again, it's free. If you hate it, you move on with your life. I just had a very natural progression because the first time I built a PC, it didn't even have a GPU, and it didn't even have an integrated GPU. It was just CPU, because I was using it for my Minecraft server, and in that case, you need to use Linux just for server stability and for and to not be as taxing because, you know, no GPU or iGPU. Last week, driver down now. What'd you grad? What's your degree in? Nope, I hate it. That's on you. Okay, fair enough. I'll take it. And so, like, the Minecraft server did well. It's just kind of lost interest for a while because I stopped doing interesting things with it. I might start it up again one day, but you know. Was it your long truck driving program? Oh, cool. Shaw's? Is Shaw still here? He is not shown in the list of people in chat. And so that's like reasonable. And what was I saying? I had a thought. 10-minute mail is here, in fact. 1 second, no problem. And so then I got a weak GPU because I wanted to use the Linux machine I built as an encoding box for my streams, so that because my streams were laggy whenever I would do anything on chess.com. And so because I hate myself, I got a Arc A380, which at the time wasn't officially supported by Linux because it wasn't officially supported by anything. I got it right after it launched. I got the A380 right after it launched. It was a disaster. So I had to learn real quick how to use Linux because I had to compile my own kernel because none of the modules were default because they were all experimental because Intel graphics support was experimental. And so that was miserable. It took me like forever to actually get it to work because I can't read instructions very well. And no one else was trying it because no one else bought this darn graphics card. Now, I did get it to work, and recently it's gotten a lot easier to get it to work, and now you don't have to do any of that annoying stuff. It just works out of the box. And this stream is actually being encoded on that same GPU, which also has AV1 encoding. It's actually a really nice encoding GPU for the price. Okay. Is there a story here, or are we just looking at the game? 10-minute mail. And then exam to get my proof of competence that you need to drive here in Sweden. Proof of competence. It's interesting. Is there a specific reason you chose truck driving? Equanimity. Do you just enjoy it, or? Am I stressed out and lost? Got it. Well, let's see what happened here. Okay, do you have this as like theory or something? Or are we dying of cringe? Okay, I'm done. Yes. Go off, I guess. Very unusual. Very, very unusual, but okay. I'll let you cook. Knight c3. Okay. Then d4. I mean, it looks weird, but it's not the dumbest idea. Because now we get this, like, bizarre French. And if you play c5, we just transpose into a French, don't we? Like, exactly. Because he wasted a tempo going c6, and you wasted a tempo going f3. And we just transpose into a mainline French. That's a really weird move order. Going from what is this, like an Indian and transposing into a French. Huh. It's pretty creative. I like it. Knight sack. Oh no, he gets a knight back. Omen the Great, thanks so much for the follow. Takes, and then d4. Do you just castle here? No, that makes sense. Or do you just play rook d1? And then f4 before bishop e3. Knight 3 before bishop 3. That makes sense. Over defend this pawn, and also you kind of want to be able to take with knight at some point. At least that makes the most sense to me. Interesting. I don't know my French line super well, but I have to prefer black here, though. I'm going to be honest. I know queenside palmatory and all that, but this just looks super weak. And black has the bishop pair. So, I'm not going to be honest. This wasn't terrible, but I feel like black got out of the opening better. Should be 5, sure. Couldn't handle working as a music teacher. And when I paid $20 to apply to a train driving program, they said I had the wrong personality based on an online test. Wait, what? How do you have the wrong personality to drive a train? Adnan. Did Adnan shout me out? Oh, that's super cool. What a guy. What a guy. Okay. Oh, he's rating me. Oh, I see. So he shouted me out right before he rated me. Ah, smart, smart. You tell me. No, but you told me you're the one who took the test. Sure, the shirt. It's a Tom and Jerry shirt because I like Tom and Jerry. It was my childhood. My grandparents would record it on the TiVo. Okay, she won. Yeah, it's not bad for white. Probably not that bad at least, but I mean, bishop pair in the endgame plus this weak pawn. Although you could play against the backwards pawn on c7 on f7. To be fair, you could play against the backwards pawn. Nice shirt. Thank you. Hello. Nogus. 94. You kind of just gave him a pawn. Try to double, and if he takes, you take with pawn, and now you both have backwards pawns, but it's a rough position. It's a rough endgame. It is a painful endgame. Thanks so much for the raid, Adnan. Stare. What are we staring at? Give me a second. Let me make sure I spell your name right before I shout you out. That would be... That's it. Boom. I'm already following, so I would follow again, but I can't follow again. Wait. I'm so confused. Why is stare? Who's stare? Because now you're capitalizing it every time. Is it an emoji? No, Alco Catalan collab. What? You play the Catalan? Oh, I would do that tomorrow. I can't do it tomorrow. I would do that on Monday. You come up with a raid message and it's the best we could do. Hey, it made me ask questions. It made me engage. It worked, right? Success. Success. There's an email. Ah, Catalan. It's my baby. I love it so much. You have our attention, huh? Well, now I don't know what to do with it. Now it's terrifying. We're looking at we're analyzing a viewer game currently, and I was commenting how the position isn't the worst thing in the world, but black is the only one who could be better in the endgame. You know, and so I was saying that I kind of disagree with the way white's been playing this, and I especially disagree with just sacrificing a pawn for what seems to be nothing. I assume there was some plan behind this move, and it wasn't just played. But I think at the end of the day, it results in only a worse position because now this backwards pawn is not as bad as it once was. You can push, and then if you take on passant, then after g takes, it's connected passes. That does not sound like fun to me. Does that sound like fun to you? Just the worst thing in the world noted. It's also the best thing in the world. Oh, there you go. Stare is also English for staring at somebody. Ooh. Does the inclusion of check benefit or hurt black? Hurt. Definitely hurt. Because after check, king b1, now the takes is less threatening because you have a skewer of the bishops. You skewer the bishops. Right? Case in point. Whoa. GPU costs 500 rupees? Which GPU? Or just the vague concept of a GPU? Whoa, hold on a second. And rook takes bishop. The problem is check. You know what? We'll take it. We'll take it. He should have gone bishop e3. But even this, honestly, we take those because rook takes g7. And like... Rook endgames, it's a lot harder for him to win than it was. But this is definitely a good move to include because you're threatening to take this and also threatening this check, both of which are kind of annoying. and it prevents all the ideas he had before. And while he is up a full pawn for now, this is a very annoying threat. GPU from Bing. That makes me ask more questions. What? How come I went to the Linux site as many downloads? Which one do I download? Which Linux site? Again, Linux is an operating system, it's a technology, so you have to look for a specific version. It like has branches. Again, the one I recommend. Oh yeah, no, don't. That's not where you should go. Linux is the core. It's the very center kernel of the operating system. The beautiful thing about Linux as an operating system is that everything is in parts, and you just plug in what parts you want. Or you can get a collection that already has all the parts put together in like a little package for you, so you don't have to think about it, right? I did it the manual way, where you plug in things yourself. So I know everything that's happening on my computer because I plugged it in all myself. However, that's not what I recommend, because then you might plug in two things that don't quite fit together, you know? So what I recommend, if you want something that will be clean and work well for gaming, is I would recommend Nobara. Means it's a very fake GPU. Nice. And I recommend the one that is current for KDE. So Nobara 38 KDE. Now, if you have an NVIDIA GPU, get the NVIDIA version. But, because they use different drivers. The NVIDIA drivers and the AMD drivers. I don't know if you have an NVIDIA or an AMD graphics card. I don't think you mentioned. NVIDIA? Then it would be current release NVIDIA. So it's, and then I recommend the KDE one. So Nobara 38 KDE NVIDIA. And then there's a little download button next to it. No, I can just show this on stream. I'm literally live streaming. I forgot I'm live streaming. That's so cool. So like, download Nobara, and then it would be like current release NVIDIA, and then it would be, I recommend the KDE one. GNOME works too. GNOME is also very good. It's a little more popular than NVIDIA, but I prefer KDE. It's what I use. Bro has the silkiest hair. I know, it's getting silkier. Ever since, we'll see. Again, both are excellent. You're not going to have any problem with either. Hey, just KDE is slightly more RAM efficient. Both are more RAM efficient than Windows, but that's a low bar. But, you know, it's personal preference. Download link? Oh. Copy link. The mass production of silk. I try. I think it would be this. Download. Yeah, you just click on the one that says the NVIDIA. 2150? That is my ELO. That is my current ELO. Live ELO. Thank you, Snanzy. Snazzini. It was Snanzy and Y. I remember now. Snanzy and Y. Or that's at least what I determined. That's the conclusion I came to. I don't know if it happened. I'm higher man 2156. Oh, come on. Is that why you came in here? Just to tell me? I respect it. Honestly, I respect it. I can't be mad. Anyway. A3 is very good. Just prevent any mates. Okay, so he gave you a chance to win. Today with my bullet. Wait, 2156 bullet? Wait, bullet? Nah, never mind. I'm 2150 rapid. We aren't the same. My bullet's like 1200. My bullet is legit 1200. It's depressing. I don't play bullet at all. I hate it with all of my heart and soul. I respect it, but I hate it. Okay, hold on a second. What happened here? No, I'm not saying bullet is terrible. It is, but that's not what I'm saying. Okay, hold on a second. Wait. What happened in this position? It just gives my elo. I haven't done it where it probes the chess API for a person's name. I might at some point, but I just haven't set that up yet. I have so many things I need to set up, but school killed me. And I'm dead. Okay, what? A3 is fine. Rook H3 is fine. The rook is already very good on this square, so I don't see a reason to move it if you don't have to. Honestly, I would consider H4. But also like B4 to play B5 looks reasonable. Just B4, King B2, and you just kind of slowly improve all your pieces. I'm sure I will. I'm already a little bit mad at you. 6, knight A4, bishop C7, knight C5. The knight's already so good, and it shouldn't be on C5. It should be on like D6 or F6, and you just gave him the pawn, and this is not correct. Like, I don't know, I get tunnel vision rapid and non-bullet. Makes sense. I just am not fast enough to play bullet, honestly. Like, it's bullet is very, very clearly for me a mad cause bad, right? It's a skill issue. I cannot move that fast at anything, chess or no. D8, knight D3, G1. Literally a skill issue. Knight E5, good. Rook F1, and now you play B3, and everything is held together. Knight takes, and you are clearly up a piece. So despite the fact that you played the endgame very suspiciously, you're up a piece. Now, I were you, I would take this. Here's the reason I would take this. Because rook takes, knight takes, king takes, you just play C4. I mean, I will if you want, Snanzy, for your turn. I've done that before, and I'll do it again, but... You can also play this endgame and just win because you have these two pawns, and you just push them both, and you win. They're too far apart. Which, it'll work out. So that's the easy, dumb way of winning that I would do. The game ends, you don't have to think ever again for the rest of your opponent's very short life. A4, I hate with all of my heart and soul. I despise this move. It disgusts me. Okay, I'm exaggerating a little bit. However, I don't like it. The reason I don't like it is because now you can't push the pawn immediately. You have to actually wait and you have to actually think. Now, it's fine, but you have to think. Okay, knight check, and then takes on CP4. Sure. Did you know I played against Anna Kremlin a bit ago? Oh, no, I did not. How did that go? Knight 5, knight d3, sure. There you got paired up against her. Oh, that's super cool. This is going to sound weird, but I didn't know our bullet was that low. Let's not talk about that. Okay, no, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about what? What are we not talking about? I don't remember us talking about anything. I think we're good. Knight takes e5. Here's the thing. Here's the thing here, my good sir. You have made your position harder every move. You're still completely winning, but your position's a little harder. You gave him this pawn, your position's a little harder. You gave him this pawn. Your position is a little harder. It's a little hard and a little hard, a little harder. Houndoom? I don't know. Oh, that's super cool. Which is Nemo once. Sniped her speedrun and got a winning position out of the opening. But then, Joe on a6, king e3, a7, f2. Oops. Oh, that's dark. Oops. Now it's a drawn rook endgame. Classic me to fumble the mid and endgame. Y'all need to learn your endgames. I ain't kidding. I am no longer joking. I'll show you some examples after this of what I'm talking about. King b2, and you are no longer winning. This is what happens. You have to make your game easier. Even if you make it slightly worse for yourself, you have to make your position easier to win, and easier to win, and easier to win. Rook E mistake. But they're hard. Some of them are. Not all of them. You make your position easier and easier and easier to win until eventually it wins itself. You have done the opposite. Absolutely. But you're not fighting GMs. You know, you've heard the joke, I'm sure. Two hikers are in a forest, right? One of them suddenly throws off his backpack. The other one says, "What on earth are you doing?" And he says, "I saw a bear back there. I need to outrun him." And then he starts putting on running shoes. And the guy says, "Wait, the backpack I got, like I understood that, but running shoes, that's not going to help that much against a bear, right?" And the other hiker says, "Oh, I don't have to outrun the bear. I have to outrun you," right? That's what we're dealing with here. Endgames are hard if you have to, you know, out endgame a Grandmaster Stockfish or something. You don't have to do that. You just have to play a better endgame than the person on the other side of the board. That's way easier. Then Drawsies. What? Queen. With check, forcing the queen here, and then you take, and then king takes, and then you take the rook, and it's winning. My good sir, you had 3 minutes in this position. Good idea, Pixon. Everybody says that, Varmy, until they end up in endgames. You had 3 minutes. And you took the rook. And then you blunder your own rook. This is what happens. You make your position harder and then you lose. Like, I want to show you an example of something earlier. Okay, I played this game earlier today. It wasn't a very good game of chess, but it was mine. I played it. So let me see if I can figure out which one it was. I think it was this one. Might have been this one. It was this one, I think. Oh. I'm pretty certain it was this end game. It was this one, and then we had one earlier today. This one. Here we go. Now I go to the minute left in the blitz game. Well, that's part of the problem. I don't think I need to improve the end game. Most of the moves are fine. That's not how it works. I don't think I need to improve my tactics. I only blundered a piece once. Like, that's not how that works. And even if they were fine by the computer standards, you made your position more difficult. That's what I'm trying to explain here. Your goal in an endgame, especially a winning endgame, isn't to play the perfect move. It's to play the brain dead move. You want to play a move where you don't have to think to win, where the position wins itself. Your moves were mostly winning. However, every time, even though they were still winning, they made your position harder to play and harder to play and harder to play, and eventually you were losing. Eventually you blundered. You forced yourself to blunder by playing difficult moves. Chess shouldn't be that hard. Like, endgames should not be that hard if you know what you're doing. Like the easy winning endgames, like that sort of stuff. I'm not talking about, like, I don't know, bishop versus knight or something crazy like that. No, some classical book endgames. Can you make bishop plus knight if I get there? Yeah, no, but that's not what I mean. I mean, like, how to play it and, like, principles and just, like, the theoretical part. So I played this game of chess terribly. I'm just going to lead with that. Okay, very bad game of chess. I was winning, but I didn't play winning chess and whatever. Okay, but that's not the point. The point was I ended up in this position. My opponent basically gave me a draw offer here, right? And so I was in this position. I was thinking, okay, I have 4 minutes. He has 5 minutes. I really don't feel like getting a draw here. I want to play chess. And so because I am mentally unwell, I decided, you know what? I have a pawn for the exchange. I don't think he knows how to play this. Bad ones? But no, they weren't mostly fine. Even the ones that were fine made your position harder to play. And they led to the mistakes. Computers, the biggest problem with analyzing your chess with computers is computers will only show you the move they will only show you the straw that broke the camel's back. In chess, you build up these things that make it harder until eventually, tactically, it reaches a breaking point and it all collapses at the same time, right? However, You don't only need to stop. Not the only... Stopping that one last straw isn't the only way to prevent the blunder. You can also make the chess easier to play up until the blunder, and that will also prevent it. I would say it's probably a better way of preventing it. Computers only show the moment the dam broke, the moment everything went through. But if you can prevent it from even getting the pressure to begin with, you won't even have to deal with the tactical nonsense. That's my point. Or when you do, it'll be so very winning at the end of it. Even the moves that were technically fine in computer fine made your position more difficult. And so by the time you got to the winning position at the very end where you made your blunder, you had to find a lot of more complex moves and a lot of very specific ideas. Instead of having to play one of 20 moves in order to win, you had to play one of 3, and then one of 2, and then you had to find an only move, and you didn't? Uh-oh, you lost. That's my point here. So I played rook c5, which is mentally unwell. And I basically just played for the exchange down endgame because I feel like you wouldn't know how to do it. But if I do it, I make my position worse. Who cares? The difference between a +4 position and a +6 position is nothing. There is no difference between a +4 and a +6 position. Both are completely winning. There is no difference between mate in 20 and mate in 3. Exactly, Ginger. Math class was my hardest in college. I barely passed statistics. Can you tell? And sure enough, my opponent didn't know how to play it, so he got a winning king and pawn endgame and messed it up and died. So my opponent was a 2252 who couldn't win an exchange up endgame. How insane is that? This is why I'm explaining this, because it's like the ability to play into these endgames is insane. Like, this game was completely even. I just counterplayed chess. Endgames just seem really easy. They do. But, like, f5 loses the game on the spot. My opponent here's a 2163, or it was a 2170 before I got to him. This move lost on the spot. This endgame's already harder for black. I'm already better here as white. I'm not winning. It's completely drawn. G4? G4 is fine. You can play G4, yeah. It's my turn? It will be. G4 is fine. I would play f4. You would play king d6. I would probably play king d4, and we'd play chess. Yeah, no, it's fine. Now you play f6, and you push for e5. It's completely fine. It's a much better way of going about it. Jose PHK, thank you so much for the... Oh, wait, no, it's Joseph. It's Joseph K. I am dumb. Joseph K, thanks so much for the follow. Bro, is the secret as why China's mass-produced silk? Yeah. I think I'm going to cut my hair a little bit shorter, though. I don't like how long it is now. I think I'm just going to cut off like 5 centimeters or something. I think it's a wee bit too long currently. Anyway. This is totally fine. But, again, in the pressure of the game, he played f5, which f5 looks fine, but after f4, loses on the spot. Takes, and then king d6 and king d4, and you're out of moves. A pawn versus a rook and a pawn and h1. That's pretty difficult, yeah. No way, Jose. Yeah, literally. That's completely losing. The game ends. He resigned here. Or he resigned after like 3 moves. Now he resigned. I played king e5. But my point is, 2150s, 2250s are playing these sorts of mistakes against me regularly. And also the psychological confidence of knowing I am better than the average chess player at my elo at endgames. So I'm going to go into this endgame even if I'm worse. Because he is much more likely to make a mistake than I am. Maybe 5 minutes. it's me turn, I will come back. Okay, then I'm going to go to the next person, Ginger, and then when it's your turn, then you'll be next after that. Which means it's King Egg's turn. Joseph, I can't just play you now because there's people in a queue and I would be skipping people and I would get cancel on twitter.x.com. It is King Egg's turn though. This is a constitutional monarchy of a stream. All right, 10 minutes or 5? 10 minutes is what we usually play, but I'll play 5 if you like. I don't want to do longer than like 10 minutes. But if you prefer a shorter time control, be my guest. Just know that I get weaker as the time controls get shorter. Whether that's a plus or a minus depends on your perspective. No, my hair legit over the past like 4 days has gotten significantly better, which I'm quite happy about because I was worried because it's been really greasy for the past 2 months because I've been trying the no shampoo thing, and that's kind of what happens is it gets way worse before it gets better. What's your chess.com name, Mr. Egg? But now it seems it's starting to get better, which if it gets just a little better, then I'm going to keep with it because it'll be worth it. But currently it's still like just a wee bit too yucky for me to call it. But sent you a challenge? I don't see it. Do you mind telling me your chess.com name? Because I do not see the challenge. So, thank you, Aka. I like this combination. I find it relaxing. King, egg, 2, 3. Well, you'll have to wait just a second, Ginger, because I didn't skip you, but I went to the next person because you weren't here, and so then you'll be after this person. Don't worry, I'll beat him up real quick. What do you normally run, Aka, on chess.com? I use Wooden Classic, but I like your pieces. Wooden Classic, that's a very relaxing setup. Very classy. Very classy. I respect it. I used wood for a while, but I just like the blue. You know, the kind of like rough blue. What's the queue for this game? Type exclam join to join the queue, and the queue currently is this. There's 5 people. Which I'm going to be closing it soon because I do need to go to bed at some point. It gives it like a medieval feel. Yeah. And then I like the pieces because they're high contrast. It makes them super easy to see and super visible. No, I got you, Aka. I'm tracking. I'm on the same page. I did a tier list at some point for the chess.com settings. I want to remember where. Let me see if I can find out where I put. Where did I put it? Don't know where I put it. I see it's 2100 classical would be considered a master, but I'm 2100 chess.com rapid, which I don't think is. Over the board, I play at something along the lines of a 2000 level. little bit lower than that, 1800 level, more really, 1900 level, and so I'm not quite master. I think that's expert. I forget the exact wording used for all this stuff. Played this a little bit poorly. Not too terribly, but just could have done better. I usually hit around 1100, 1400. That makes sense. I mean, that's no shame in that. Chess is a hard game, you know? I have no desire to take that whatsoever. I have negative desire to take that, in fact. You know what I do want to do? I want to go like something like this. I don't think it's very good, though. So. Maybe I push. Where's this knight go if I push? I guess it goes here. The pressure on this is annoying. I think I do go here. I'm going to stop playing chess now? Why? I've been playing chess today for like 7 hours. Oh, that's a good reason. Snanzy. Oh, I thought you were already followed. Oh, well, appreciate it. You've been here so many times. Yeah, I don't think I'll be chatting often. Well, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you're here often, doesn't matter if you're chatting often. It's not a big deal. Don't matter. Don't know if this is good or not, but it looks good. 7 hours of chess is a lot, but I played this week, not gonna lie, I'm holding decent position. You're doing very well, yeah. 10 hours, sheesh. Chess is cruel. Bro's got to stop. No, he's got to keep going. There's elo being left on the table. There's so much elo to gain, so much elo to lose. So much elo. Think about this, right? There's like, how many people? There's like 10 million monthly active players on chess.com. And out of like those 10 million, and out of those 10 million, the average is like 1300 elo. Right? That means there's 1.3 billion elo in circulation up for grabs. Might be lower than that. Melkor's like at 650. Well, yeah, but I'm talking average in the sense for the calculation of how much elo there is. I might. 10 hours, the reason I gain 600 chess.com in a year? Yeah, absolutely. That's how it works. I believe you. I believe you. Okay, sure, whatever. That means there's 650 million elo in circulation. 650 million elo. I just want a bit. Just give me a million. I just want a million of that. I don't even want 1%. Heck, I'll be even better. I will just take 100,000. Means an 800. Okay, so 800 million, even better. 800 million elo on the table. Just give me 1% of 1%. That's it. That's all. A percent of 1% of all the elo in circulation. This is a very annoying position. Percent of 1% of all the elo. That's all I want. Pawn to e5. Pawn to e5 allows knight f6, which loses the rook. It's a move I want to play, but one that I can't afford to play because of knight f6. The threat actually is knight f6 right now. And after pawn takes, rook takes rook, rook takes rook, rook takes rook, he is up in exchange. That's the issue. That's what I have to deal with right now, is he's threatening knight f6. And I can't really move my queen for fear of knight e7. I would have to go something very passive like queen b8, which I don't like at all. And even queen b8 still, knight e7 looks terrible. Which is why I played rook d3, rook d6. Rook d6 prevents knight f6 because I can take with rook. And it prevents knight takes e7 because I can take with queen. And after I take with queen, the knight and queen both guard the rook. Thank you, homies. Now, I still don't think this is a very good move. However, I'm a little bit desperate in this position. Full disclosure. Bro, you are on Chess Twitch. Okay, the Venn diagram for autism spectrum disorder and Chess Twitch is a circle. No, it does not blunder knight takes e7. It blunders something else, but not knight takes e7. It does. There was another move there that was very, very bad for me, but it was not knight takes e7. Not anymore. He missed his chance, but. What was it? It might still be a good move here, but he definitely had g4. And after the knight moves, then he has knight takes e7. g4 followed by knight takes e7. I hadn't fully calculated it out. It's possible that after knight h4 I have some check in the future, but I'm not 100%. But it definitely looked very difficult to deal with. It's possible that I had some way around it, though. I was actually considering that. Why didn't you play it? Knight c7, king f8. Still loses a rook. Oh no, I like the move I played. I mean, g4 looks like it won an exchange. I also like the move you played. I messed up. Yes, you did. Taking here with queen looks like it worked significantly better. Yep. Gift me the knight. You were probably winning if you played queen takes, because the connected passers were very, very strong, and I did not even have a passer. So while it was only one pawn up technically, it was a very, very strong pawn. It was an incredibly strong pawn. Sure. I'll be taking that. Free material. It's more free material. Check, king up, check, king back. I don't do anything productive. However, this is a different story. It's not the easiest position in the world for me to win, if I'm being honest. However, you know. Sure. I'm pretty okay with this. trading off my my e7 pawn for the a5 pawn. It's a very strong pass pawn. Not anymore. Not anymore. There we go. Trade off the queens. Sneaky, sneaky. I mean, it wasn't even exchange. The only problem is that that benefits me because I have significantly more material. That's the only problem. Now, I have to be somewhat careful. Could have done anything. Nope. Although I think you could have made your life, made my life more difficult by not letting me take this. It's difficult to stop it, but different trade that was made one. Oh yeah, that was the whole point. That was the entire point. E5, Queen E5. Yeah, Queen E5 was definitely a better move. It's a shame that I didn't play it. Yeah, no, yeah. Queen E5 would have been even cooler. Oh, took too long. You know, I'm still here. Hey. You're just not playing chess, you're just watching it now? Boop, 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 boop. Da-da, da-da, da-da. Da-da-da, da-da. Just reading my last bowl game. There we go. Won by some incredible luck. Luck doesn't exist in chess. No, it does. In bullet, luck definitely exists. GG's. He could have taken one of the pawns, though, after one of my pre-moves, I think. Close game until it blundered that night? Yes. Very close. Aka, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. What made him with the rook? Because I can. When it's your turn, you totally can, Snanzy. Or is it Snonzy? How do you pronounce that A? Is it an A or is it an A? Is it the American or the American? Very even for most of the game. Very, very reasonable chess on your part. Even good chess. So did G4 not work here? Hold on a second. Did G4 not work here? Knight H4. Knight takes E7. King G7. Interesting. And if you take the here, it's Queen G2 mate. Sheesh. The reason it's better than King F8? Well, King F8 also works. You play knight back to D5. Shoof. Shoof. This works too. The point being, if you take my rook, you get queen mated, which is very funny. But still, I still think this G4 is a better move than C3. Yeah. C3. Rook A D8. C takes, A takes. A takes is poor. And if you took back with queen is what I was calculating. Queen takes B4. Knight takes B4. Rook takes D3. Rook takes D3. I would play Rook B8 and I would hold. So it would have been bad, but I wouldn't blend that. I'm not that bad. You say that, but I had a fairly strong chess player at my club last night blunder mate and won. It was actually very funny because he was sitting with a friend of his, a friend of ours rather, and they were, you know, bickering while they were playing. And every time I would threaten mate, the other one would say, he's threatening mate, he's threatening mate. And the guy was like, I know, I see it. He was getting annoyed. And so then I threatened mate that last time, and the friend didn't say anything, and he blundered mate. And I was like, the moment I didn't tell you that it's mate, I was like, Both yelling at each other. It was great. 10 kilobytes. I used to have internet like that. I do not anymore. Nowadays, my internet is... What is best? That's a computer... Okay. Nowadays, my internet is fire. But used to be real bad. Would've. I didn't say would've. I said would've. Oh, but King did. Oh, Varmy, relax. Varmy, relax. And is... What is would've? It's not a phrase. What Varmy's complaining about is would've. It's would have. However, that's often abbreviated to would've, which is this. However, because of how it sounds to native English speakers, a lot of people mistype it as would've, because that's what it sounds like. Would've. I wouldn't have seen that. I would have seen that. You know? I would have seen that. So it's a very common mistake amongst native English speakers to say would of instead of would of, because of the way it ends up sounding when you're just saying it. I would have seen that. Yeah, but usually people know would versus would, but the have versus of is a less, not a less well known, but a less talked about thing. But you do see it occasionally. Did I cause this? I think so, King. I don't really care that much at all, but Varm is making a big deal. Well, you have a V at the end. It's would of. And it's spelled wood. Wold. It's spelled wold, actually, but you know. Saw, sawing, while saw, sawing. Yep. Well, from which country are you? I was born in the US of A. But I currently live in NMK and have for the past 8.5 years. Actually, guys, it's would've. Actually, it's would. It's actually would've. NMK? Yes, North Macedonia. It's actually would've. How many freedom points do you have? All of them. Yes, it's your turn now, Ginger. North Macedonia? Yes. I like the way US of A into NMK sounds. Ginger, it's your turn. Never know those people actually exist. Oh yeah, no, it's a fairly random country. I don't blame you. My mom is American, and so when my dad first met my mom, she asked him, why aren't you black? Because she thought he was from Madagascar. We're not going to talk about the racism there because that was a long time ago and it's fine now. My life learning English, and then I see native speakers type at 200 ELO level. Yeah, but if you think about the objective of language being to be understood, if you think about the objective of language, it's to be understood by other people. And so as long as you understand what the intention is, it's being wrong or right doesn't matter a lot in casual English. In formal English, it makes sense that it matters because there you want heightened clarity, but... Don't clip that? No. Don't clip that. Want to show a game? Today's one game. Okay, show it. Yeah. Send. Make it out of context? No! Okay. Ah, no, leech us. I'm gonna die of cringe. I'm a chess.com partner streamer. I'm not supposed to use Lichess on stream. Which I mean I don't, so it works. I don't really have anything against Lichess. It's a very good platform. I'm very happy it exists. It's gonna become a clip, guys. No, no, no. Time out. No, I actually really like Elite Chess quite a lot, but I just don't use it on stream because I'm a chess.com partner streamer. How do you do what? I've got your game here. What color were you in this one, Ginger? It's Nancy. No. See, this is one of the problems with my life. Because I don't have TikTok and I don't use TikTok, I wouldn't know if anyone posted clips of me to TikTok. Dressless white. Gotcha. Oh no, I had a clip. Winning. Winning. To Smoke on Water? No, I haven't. Okay, remind me what it was called again, what the song was? Talk to me. What was the name of the song? I completely forgot, man. Just completely forgot. Okay. I don't like knight e2. I don't like it. I think it's unnecessary. Just play c4 and put the knight on c3. The knight is very happy behind the pawn. Knights behind pawns, they work together super well, as I'm sure you're aware. It's just a much more natural way of playing. Yep. Writing. Just being efficient. Splitting compound words into two is the real sin. Literally a waste of space. It don't matter too much. It's not the biggest problem, Ginger. It's not objectively terrible, but it's just the square is slightly worse for the knight. It blocks in your bishop. It doesn't contribute to any future real plans. It's not bad. It just is inaccurate. This is a fairly common like sideline way to play against the Oh, I have heard this song. Anyway, this is a very common sideline way of playing against the Scandinavian. Now, what black should do is pin you and play this sort of game. But when black doesn't, you get a very nice long-term advantage with this. It's clumsy, yeah, it's a good way of putting it. I'm sleepy. Then sleep. Boom. I solved all problems. Plan on doing it during Christmas. Take my midterm that I have on Christmas Day. Because society. Knight 3 is a decent alternative. I like it. Bishop c4? Sure. Yeah, none of this is bad, but you just look at the position and it kind of lacks a little bit of cohesion for white. You know, the pieces just aren't super happy with where they're placed. Castles. E6, rook e1, c3. Sure. Queen knight b3. And see, now look. I mean, I know I'm hammering home this issue, but I want it to be remembered, and I think it's interesting to see the consequences of your actions, right? So if we look at this position, you're having to spend, like... We celebrate on, like, the 7th of January. It's like a thing. Now, my family doesn't, because we're still on, like, American time. It's so complicated, man. Anyway. It's fine. It's not my favorite, but I like it. Anyway. It would be easier to expand, and look how much time this is taking. You have to go here, then maybe here, then like, oh, it takes so long, and the knight on b3 isn't even that good, and getting the bishop out takes forever, and it's just your pieces, you know. Oh, that's actually kind of funny. Castles, bishop. You see what I mean? Knight f1 is a good move. I actually kind of agree. I like the knight on g3 better than I like it on b3. It's not Catholic, it's the Eastern Orthodox that I know of army. They actually say that the current Christmas, like day after tomorrow Christmas, they call it Catholic Christmas here, because Protestants basically don't exist. Yeah, knight b3 is just non-productive. I like knight f1, knight b3, I agree. That's a better idea. It's a better way to solve the positional problems. I mean, it's still chess, and I would still, like, say that white didn't capitalize super well off the opening, but I agree that this is a better way of going about it. Castles, bishop d3. Here, h3, here. Oh, now this I don't like either. Ugh. Get that bishop out and then play knight d2. It just, now more time is being wasted. You're blocking your bishop in again. Can I show you a game as well? Maybe when Q is done. Because, well, I'm closing Q actually right now. I forgot to close Q. No, I can't. Q's too long, and because I'm going to be late to end stream anyway. Next time, egg. Nice try, Pixon. Yeah, it's just sad. Okay. Explain to me why he can't just take. Oh, he did. Waldo, Q just closed because I have to go to bed at some point. I'm already late. Ooh, this is creative. But ultimately, thank you so much, Egg, for the follow. Ultimately, and now you're just down a pawn. See, this is perfect. This is a perfect example of how chess works. You played some. Dang it. I hate it when I do that. Fix it. There you go. It's interesting. Knight f5. Because you're underdeveloped, because you spent so much time, Black has already finished developing all their pieces, including adding a rook to the c file, and you don't have the time to deal with it. And so you end up just losing a pawn, pretty concretely. And now the pawn on c3 is weak, and it's just a very sad position. Now, he let you take on h7 for some reason. I can't say I understand why. My first instinct is bishop g6. Just whatever you do, I'm taking back with h, and we move on with our lives. This looks by far the most natural move to me, but okay. Bishop d2. Here, queen b2. Takes on a1. That's very greedy. I disagree with this a lot. I really disagree a lot with. And now Black's making the same mistake you did. Black is giving you so many tempi. Look, 1, 2, 3 tempi just to trade 2 pawn for a pawn. You got a pawn, he got a pawn, and he spent 3 tempi to do that. 4, really. Actually, 5, because he has to take the bishop. You spent 5 tempi to trade a pawn for a pawn. Like, that. He should get arrested for that. There's no reason. Just hold your pawn, play like b6, like double up, triple up on the c file, and you're going to regret picking up chess as a hobby if you're the white pieces. The white piece is going to regret picking up chess as a hobby in this position. But okay. That's what happened. Bishop f6. And he gave you another pawn. Your opponent's very generous. And he gave you another pawn, and now it's completely even. You're a pawn up, however, it's a very weak pawn, and your opponent has the bishop pair. Playable for both sides. But he went queen a5. Queen a5, bishop d5, and now you've consolidated. And so now your position's slowly getting better as Black continues to misplay it. This b7 pawn I wasn't going to take, but I took it. Take it! I mean, why not, right? It's free. It's free stuff. It's free stuff. Take it's totally fine. You're chilling. And you've begun to consolidate. And oopsie whoopsie poopsie. Bro lost all of the material. He lost 1,000,000 billion pawns of material. And that's a technical stat. That's the exact number. It's 1,000,000 billion. This one, sorry. He lost 1,000,000 billion pawns. And now you're going to be 4 pawns up in the rook endgame. And so he tried this, which is a good attempt. But now he just loses a piece. Whoops. And he tries to take advantage of your open king, but there's nothing to take advantage of. And the final mistake, I mean, rook d7. I mean, bishop h6 is just as good, honestly. It doesn't really matter. Then check, and then rook d7. And then that, my friend, is the end of the chess game. 1,000,000 billion is a lot, yeah. Excellent. Okay. So your opening started strong, but then was very weak. Very, very weak. It's just very poor opening. And he gained a big advantage out of the opening because of how much time you wasted. However, then you started just simply playing better chess than him. There's no really better way of putting it. You just were playing better chess than he did. He started making a bunch of mistakes, playing very sloppy, playing very lazy, if you ask me. And so you just said, okay, I bet. And so you just kept taking advantage of it. And this is a good example of why openings aren't all the end-all be-all. You play better chess than your opponent, then they're going to mess up their opening advantage. And then as soon as he made a critical mistake, you immediately murdered him for it. Good stuff. The opening was very unnecessary, though. I don't know how much time you spent on this, but I think you should have spent a little bit more. Just, if you don't have to tangle your pieces up together, just don't. If you don't have to. Like, I would have preferred knight c3 even. Just block in your own c-pawn, force the queen to move somewhere, and then just move your bishop and castle. Like, even if you don't want to go aggressive and take the center, which I would say is best, just naturally developing your pieces is, I would say, a better solution. Knight d2 is just, it tangles everything up. Knight d2 is good in positions where you either want to push e4 and can't, want to push c4 and can't, usually you want to do both and can't, and you're going to go like b3, bishop b2, and c4. This knight shouldn't stay here. This is a temporary square to accomplish a temporary goal. Where does the knight go? You get your bishop c4, but that doesn't accomplish a whole lot. And then afterwards, the knight has nowhere to go. This is a temporary outpost. This is not somewhere to stay. This is sleeping in your car. This is not a hotel. This is not an apartment. c4 is absolutely the move, but I'm a strong believer in principles. Just play bishop b2 and castle. Move on to life, you know? This is a temporary outpost. You do not keep it there long term. But okay. I think I've hammered that point in enough. You get the idea. And the rest of the game was quite good on your part. I mean, obviously none of this tactical stuff worked, but I like it from the perspective of trying to be practical, so I respect it there. And then again, he made a few mistakes and you killed him for it. That's how it goes. That's how you should do it. Me and the homies chilling. Bless you. Thank you. Try not to sneeze with the mic on. I feel like it's loud. So we want... So after homies, if possible, I would like to play the remaining people in Blitz rather than Rapid. Or Blitz or Faster, of course. If you want Bullet, you can always have Bullet. Because it's already like 11 p.m. and I gotta go to bed. Do I think a month? I was very busy in my project. That makes sense. I've been super busy recently as well. I've just been putting it off. Not a good idea, but since when are good ideas my priority? You keep going for this, homies. I don't know why. A quick little review I'd like to send. Even better. I think this is the line you're supposed... I think this is actually the way you're supposed to do this. Rook c1. Okay. Let him cook. I'll let him cook. Where do I move this queen? It's either c3 or c2. Could be d3, actually. It's one of these three. So not this square. That allows these two moves, and also it blocks in the knight, so that's counter-principled. So it's either d3 or d2 or c2. I'm going to go with d3. Hmm. I'm going to go d3. I'm going to go with this. There we go. If you want to push, I think that's bad. Just develop. This knight will be really well placed. Oh. Fair enough, I suppose. I would love to play this, but after queen takes b2, I'm not sure if I have anything. Let me think. I want to go here. This might be a bad move. I don't know. Don't know. But I want to be able to play bishop e3, develop this bishop, and this allows that while also putting pressure on these potentially weak squares. Like a bishop f4 could be a difficult move for him to deal with. Something like a bishop g5 is also an interesting move, now that the queen's blocked. And if something like a6, then bishop e3 looks very reasonable. This bishop looks very strong. This bishop will be very strong. This knight will be very strong. If he takes, I think that's totally okay for me. I'm not sure. Commentating gets hard after this much time streaming. That looks wrong. Yeah, no way this is correct. I don't believe this at all. Give me that. Yeah, this is definitely wrong. Check. This is what I mean. These positions are very difficult to play. That's one of the benefits of playing the Catalan, is even though the theory is simple, once you get out of the theory, the positions aren't any easier. Give me that. Thank you. Appreciate the generous donation. Appreciate the generous donation. Pretty clean exchange. Chess is such an easy game, guys. Chess is such an easy game. I think my next move might be some knight move, like knight e4. Maybe a rook c1 followed by knight e4. That'll probably allow some sort of queen takes c1 nonsense. I shouldn't do that. Knight e4 immediately looks fine. Just trade off another piece. Make his position that much harder to deal with. Maybe a b3 at some point. Maybe directly afterwards, to prevent some knight c4. Just play the best move. I mean, honestly. Like, just do it. I mean, I think you should probably checkmate your opponent too. That's probably a good idea, but it's a bit controversial. A little bit, a little bit spicy on that one. Rational minds may differ and all that. I don't even really want to trade queens. I just kind of want you dead. I want you dead and buried. I don't want to trade queens. Dead as a doornail. That's what I want. That's what I want for Christmas. And look at this position. It's so difficult to play for black. You're down in exchange, so you're losing that way. But then also tactically, the entire position's falling apart at the seams. Just, there's so much to deal with. It used to be difficult for white as well, but black kind of crumpled. Like this knight a5 stuff, I know it's a thing you can do, but I never thought it was that weird. And maybe it's not queen d3, maybe it's queen c2, but I mean, look how quickly the spiraled out of control. Oof.mp3 moment. Yes, true. I'll be taking that. Then I'll be taking that. And that is another piece. So now I'm up a full rook. Can't even take the bishop because then this rook hangs. Clean. Free. Any questions? Is Chessbrust still here? I don't think he is, which is good for me. Forget theory. I told you, man. Theory won't help you. I mean, it'll help you, but it won't win the game for you. Especially in very complex openings that are theoretically dense and don't have an easy resolution. The Catalan's played so much at top level because it hasn't been theoretically proven one way or another. It hasn't been refuted yet. And so going for these engine lines, they're good, obviously, but like, so now you have to play this position. You know what I mean? So evidently this is all fine, but you know, as soon as you start playing out of theory, I don't know where your theory ended, but I'm assuming it ended like in this position, right before, like after knight c3. I'm assuming knight c3 was the first move you didn't know about. What should I do? You should improve your chess, positional chess, tactics. And stuff that actually makes a big difference. Because, like, I don't know when your theory ended. I'm assuming it's knight c3. And so taking was the first move out of prep after knight b5. Knight b5, interesting. So I don't know. I don't know what the best move in this position is. I don't know the theory here. Just knight b5 looked good. Evidently, like rook d1 or rook b1 or something. Rook d1 or knight f3, those are both the two theoretical moves. I don't actually know. I just play knight b5. And so it's saying knight c4 is the move here. Which that's not easy to find. That's a little bit counterintuitive. To knight c4. And then a4, bishop c5. This. Look at this. This is what you have to play. Bishop b4 is also acceptable. I'm not saying that you should have found this. I'm saying that you should have played positions you understand rather than positions you know. You might have memorized this position and know the evaluation, but if you can't explain to me what the plans are for both sides, then you shouldn't be playing it. I didn't know any theory. You know where my theory ended? You know where my theory ended in this position? Right here. This is where my theory ended. I have no idea what rook c8 is. I'm out of theory. I'm out of book. I am out of book here. But I know the plans. I understand the position. So I played what? I played castles, which is obvious. And then I played queen d3, which ended up being the best move. Because you could pretty easily eliminate every other square. It's either c2 or d3. And c2 puts it on the same file as the rook. And also, yeah, it puts it on the same file as the rook. And this does not put it in the same file as the rook. So I don't want my queen opposite your rook. Queen d3 it is. Yeah. So it's like, okay, where can my queen go? This is guarded by the bishop. This is guarded by the pawn. This is guarded by the bishop. Okay. This is guarded by the knight. This is guarded by the knight and the pawn. So it's here, here, or here. Those are the only 3 squares. So I did this while we were playing. I don't know if you were on stream, but I was literally doing this and pointing this out while I was playing. So I was like, okay, this move cannot be correct. It both allows these knight tempi in the future, and it prevents my knight from developing to a natural square. That can't be the move. It's impossible. So it's either d3 or it's c2. Okay. Both of them look reasonable. Both of them defend this e4 square. Both of them allow the knight to develop. But d3 has an advantage, disadvantage. The advantage, queen d3, is it guards this pawn, and it's not opposite the rook. The disadvantage is that if you ever, that this diagonal might be weak, because there'll be a queen and a rook on this diagonal. So that diagonal could be a tactical motif later on. This move does not have that diagonal's tactical motif, but it keeps me opposite the rook, and it doesn't defend this pawn. And it puts it behind the knight, which a queen behind a knight's asking for pin or skewer when you play c5. Because you're going to play c5, if not next move, then very soon after. So I'm like, okay, with that in mind, queen d3 must be the move. Which it was. c5. Okay, in this position, do I take? No, that develops your piece for you. That makes no sense. No way I take. So it's either I have to develop one of my remaining pieces. Maybe there's knight e5. That's a very common idea. But knight e5, maybe it does something, but I don't see the point really, because your knight really defends the b7 pawn, and so maybe I can play knight e5. I'm sure that's a move, but I can also almost certainly just develop my piece. If you take, I take back with knight. Very rational, right? You played queen b6. Now, what do I want to play in this position? Well, this bishop's undeveloped. I want to put this bishop somewhere. Where do I want to put it? This looks very good. Bishop g5 is a candidate move. Bishop f4, that's a good diagonal for it. Bishop e3 looks even better, guarding the knight and potentially putting pressure on the queen. Oh, but wait, I can't because the pawn on b2 will be hanging. Okay, so I could play rook b1. It's a little slow. It's probably totally fine. Rook b1's, I'm sure, another move that's completely reasonable in this position. Could also play b3. No, I can't. This knight is very weak. b3 doesn't contribute to my position. And just here, and I've created weaknesses on these dark squares. No reason to do that. Okay, so rook b1, b3. I could play both of them. They're both probably fine, but I don't really want to. So this knight is potentially weak, especially after bishop c4, which is what I expect you to play next. And I want to get this bishop out. Okay, well, knight db5 solves both my problems. I get the knight out, and I get to play this bishop with tempo. And it prevents your queen from taking on b2. And I get bonuses of having some interesting tempi against these squares. Knight c4 would have been the best move, because knight c4 is the same logic for you. What's your worst piece on the board? You want to develop this bishop. You can't really move it anywhere. I'm threatening this sort of stuff and bishop stuff. So you want to prevent the bishop from moving here, prevent the knight from moving here, and also improve a piece. Knight c4. Prevents the knight from coming to d6, it prevents the bishop from coming to e3, it puts more pressure on b2, and it improves a piece that's doing nothing. Knights on the rim are dim. It's a bad piece. You played a6. What does a6 do? Diddly squat. Nothing. It does not contribute to any of your plans, because what's your plan here? What if I move the knight back? What if I just move the knight back? What's your next move? Why is a6 necessary? I guess I gained a tempo. But it doesn't contribute to your plan. This pawn's still weak. I mean, if you need to play a6, then it's fine. That should be fine. Knight threatening to take. b5, knight threatening to take. Oh yeah, it also blocks the connection. This is true. This is true. Knight c4 is a very good move. I didn't see it, but it's absolutely the best move in the position. There's no doubt in my mind. Knight c4 is very clearly the best move in the position. But okay. a6, bishop e3. I continue with my plan. And now you're already in a bad position because you don't have any places to move your queen. Queen d8 is the best move, and after queen d8, I can go knight a7. What a nice, what a interesting piece that is. What an interesting piece that is. Then rook f d1. Look at all this. This knight might look weak, but it's actually tying down this rook and preventing your rook from developing. So basically, this knight's keeping this rook trapped. Very weird. But I don't even have to play knight a7. Knight d6 check is also completely reasonable. But knight a7 is probably what I would have played, because I was really hoping this worked, and so I probably would have gaslit myself into thinking it worked. Okay, but bishop c5 is what you played. But again, my threats were on these squares. So these d6 pawn, one of the big problems with the Catalan is if black has a few different ways of approaching the Catalan. The way you chose to approach it, the benefit is your pieces have easy to develop squares. The bishop can come to c6, the bishop can develop easily, your queen gets out easily, the rook gets out easily. All your pieces develop very easily. The downside of the system you played is that you spend a lot of time. Let's compare our development. 1, 2, 3, 4, castle. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but you're uncastled. So same amount of development, but you're 2 moves from castling. I'm already castled. This is a big problem. If you can solve this problem, you've equalized. And that's why knight c4 is such a good move. So after knight c4, I have to play something like a4. You play bishop c5. Suddenly you castle next move. Basically, no matter what I do, you can almost pre-move castling. I play some bishop move or something. Bishop f4, bishop g5. Let's say I play bishop g5. Just castle. No, you can't castle yet. You have to play something first. Yeah, we go 95. No, 95. Ooh, 95 is pretty. We also have 95. You could just play bishop b7 if you want. That's also very simple. Bishop f4, just castle. Solve your problem. a6. And then after bishop c5, takes, 96, and it's already completely over. And now it's just technique. Now it's just technique. Not a bad game of chess, homies. It's just, again, part of my advantage in playing the Catalan is I play it so much. The ideas come to me more intuitively. Right? These dark squares being weak is a fairly common thing. Realize that if you can't find the best move, you find the moves that seem to work for you. Well, yeah. I don't, like, this wasn't the best move. I should have taken with queen, evidently. I didn't know I was supposed to take with queen. Taking with queen to me felt dumb, because I was like, wait, this is just inviting a tempo. It looked dumb to me. Like, I was like, okay, why on earth would I take with queen and give you the bishop tempo? So, this train of thought doesn't always give you the best moves, right? Especially if you're a weaker player like myself, who doesn't have those skills developed as deeply or with as much nuance like a grandmaster does, right? Yeah, because I'm not a computer, because I'm not a grandmaster. Like for Carlsen, that train of thought works even better, right? Because he's Carlsen, or for any grandmaster really. And so, as you get better, that train of thought will become more and more accurate. So, like in this position, I was wrong, because I was like, okay, knight takes opens my bishop, and it puts a knight in the center. It can't be that bad. Meanwhile, here it gives you a free tempo. But what I was wrong about is my queen is super active over here on the king's side. My knight wants to be on f3 because it wants to jump to either g4 or e5, and this bishop wants to come this way. So the knight on f3 is actually maybe even better than it is on the center. And getting my queen over here to the king's side is a benefit because all of your pieces are on the queen's side having a party, right? So that's something I didn't consider. I wasn't thinking creatively enough. But especially once you're out of theory, it might not find you the best moves, but it will find you good moves. It doesn't matter. This works. And in classical, you're allowed to do that thinking way deeper and way more thoroughly, which is part of why classical chess I enjoyed so much. Because that's my favorite part of chess, is that sort of thinking. Thanks, man. I'll use this idea for my tactics and openings. I'll get better. You're very welcome. Oh no, you saw my bookmarks. Oh no, you didn't even see my bookmarks. Oops. Okay. Were you white or black in this one? Oh no, you're black. Yeah, I mean, this is stuff that you kind of can figure out, but it's difficult, you know? And it's my favorite part of chess. I love it. I love it so much. The offbeat opening? Of course. I've seen this before, but... Yeah, I've totally seen this before. I think I had someone play this against me. The Nimzovich Dutch defense. Unless, maybe you showed me this before. Not this game, but this opening. Yeah, you've definitely showed me this opening before. Opa, spoilers. Good night. Night, homies. It's a very interesting opening. Very interesting opening. But see, this is offbeat, but it's not bad. Like, there's a lot of principles behind it. There's a lot of positional chess behind it. Knight h5 is interesting. Coming to f4. And then d6. And then maybe, do I go knight bishop g4? No, I take on g3. Ooh. I wasn't expecting that. Knight f4. Ooh. What if he takes with pawn? I feel like that was the problem. And suddenly the square is not nearly as easy to access as it looks. That was my issue. That's why I didn't expect to take on g3. But now they took with knight. Now you absolutely move the pawn to f4. And he can't take here because you take with knight, which is very nice. Clean pawn. Clean pawn. And now look at that passer. Look at that. Look at that strong pawn in the center there. Beautiful. a6. We're defending everything. c7, b5. f4. f4 gives him knight e4, doesn't it? I'm not sure how I feel about f4. I'm just being pragmatic. I would think bishop d7, my gut instinct. f4, allowing knight e4 looks very, very weird. Because that's such a good square for the knight, because now d6 is weak. No, but I want bishop f5. I don't think you should want bishop f5. Rook b8 I like even better. If you're saying a5 is best, and a5 is absolutely best, but I wouldn't find a5 that quickly, if at all, so I'm thinking rook b8. Anyway, this, it's interesting. It's definitely not bad for you, but... Oh, you gave him d6? I disagree with this decision. Ooh, I disagree with this decision. No. Giving him the pawn is interesting. It's wrong, but it's interesting. The reason it's interesting is because in return for the pawn, you get his ridiculously open king. This king is wide open. So maybe you play queen h5 and you try to take this with rook or something and you have some compensation. I'm not sure I agree with it, but it's interesting. Right? He tries, and then you play like bishop h3, you got like weird mate threats going on. Like, okay, right? Okay. I wouldn't play like this, but rational minds may differ. This could work. This could work. Because this means you lose every endgame. You lose every endgame because of this d5 pawn. So you have to win before the endgame comes. Makes perfect sense. Wonderful. Taking on f3 is terrible. Is horrible. His one weakness in this position, the knight is so much better than the bishop. His rooks are so much better than your rooks. He's a pawn up. He's got a protected passed pawn in the endgame. The only advantage in the entire position for black is how bad this king is. And now that's a pretty big advantage. However, it's the only one. And when the king is the only big advantage for you, you need to keep the queens on the board. Because the queens are what you attack with. Trading off the queens takes your only advantage and completely nullifies it. You no longer have an advantage. You no longer, so only the weaknesses of your position exist. You have deleted your only advantage. It's like we're playing a fighting game. I'm playing a rushdown character. You're playing a sortie, right? I'm better at basically everything than you are, except you've got your sortie range. And so whenever you swing at me, I have to be more careful than you do because your sword outranges me. So imagine you're playing a sortie against a rushdown character and you decide, you know what, let's fight like men, and you toss away your sword. You are going to die. You are going to die with Rain Sound for sure. Again, I don't hate giving up the pawn. I wouldn't play it. I disagree with it, but I don't hate it. This I hate. No, d6. No, given. He played very inaccurately as well. This knight is so much better than this bishop. There are not words enough in the English language to explain how much better this knight is than this bishop. So giving you the knight for the bishop is not good. Black did this. White just did the same thing. Biggest advantage in the position for him, he just gave it to you for nothing. But okay. Rook endgames are notoriously hard to win. Okay, now it's even number of pawns rook endgame. Nobody should be winning this for a million years. That's okay. He gave you another pawn. It's bizarre. Very drawn endgame. Especially with the corner pawn, it's very, very, very drawn. Okay, 7g5, rook h7, rook f6, king g2, king c3, king g3, king d4, king g4, king e5, king h4. You took? Timeout. You took. Not this. Fine. You took. Nah. Bad at the game, we all are. But I do see that. I assume you had 0 time on the clock, because otherwise, this is unforgivable. Anyway, nah, everything's forgivable. You get my point. You took. And now you will never, ever, ever win this chess game unless you force mate. Rook f7 check. Easiest win of all time. Easiest win of all time. Freest win of all time. Not win. Freest draw of all time. But he just gave you a rook. Wow. Wow. And then just mate. Wow. What an interesting game of chess. Very interesting opening. Again, for me, the greatest crime in this entire position, there's a lot of interesting ideas, even if a lot of them didn't work. But queen takes f3 to me was the biggest mistake of the game. A good game of chess in general, though, and you definitely played better than he did. Oh, you gotta be careful, man. This is what I mean. Like, you gotta recognize the advantages of your position and play for them and against your opponents. But okay. Interesting game. Snanzy. Is Snanzy still here? Should be. Who wants to sing here? Ooh, 0 people. Okay, if Snanzy's not still here, to raid, so I'll start looking for people to raid. Do I remember this person? 1800. I think we'll raid Thinker Teacher. Ooh, no, you have a recommendation? Hold on a second. Let me see. Let me see this. I'm here. Okay, so are you going to play some Bullet? $21.14. You're barely here. Well, you know, we take those, I think. I'm fairly certain we take those. Okay, what's your chess.com name, Stanzy? Barely here, W? Yes. Oh, Snanzy 12. That simplifies things. Bullet, why am I playing so slow? Well, that was dumb. I am very bad at the bullet. Okay. Oh, I'll play a few times. Do. Normal stuff. I will just do this. This. Just poke around some, you know what I mean? Make somebody think. Take that. And I can push that, why not, right? Tell me I have something. Oh, I'm down. I'm dumb. I am dumb. Nice. Love that about me. It's like my favorite personality trait of mine. Literally don't know how to play chess. Literally never played chess before. What the heck is this? Didn't think any of it through, but, you know. Thinking things through is for nerds who actually have time. AK, not us. Aww. Okay. We'll do like two more. Fine. We are going to do... Playing too slow, goodness gracious. Playing too slow. Just do that. Missed that. More than do that, I'm bad at bullet. More than do. Oh, fun. Checkmate. I am not... Again, I just can't play fast. My brain is unable to play chess at those speeds. I just can't think in general at those speeds. Can't be that bad, right? This. Not sure what that is, but it doesn't look good. Now, let's start pushing. I like this as far as moves go. Oh, completely missed that. Nice. I'm not going to let you get like 4-0. I'm going to lose, but I'm going to lose with respect. Just do this. Okay, I know something about these positions, but not enough. I want to play something anti-principled. See how you deal with it. This is always what you want to do. Enjoy. Now, let's see how you handle the pawn monsoon. The ponsoon. Terrible. I'm playing a terrible game of chess. I enjoy the material. I don't need it. Enjoy the material. Okay, one more. I'm going to even it up. I'm going to even it up. Boom. It's like a cooler version of castling. Castling, but based. I'm just going to take that. It's not a big deal. Totally okay. I'm just going to take that, play the other rook. A dumb position. Look at that. Boom. What a silly checkmate. Okay, that's it. We're calling it an even. We're calling it a draw. We're calling it a draw. That is modern art. That, my friend, is modern art. Any questions? The goofiest checkmates of all time. Look at this. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. My question is why? This was my plan. Legit, this was actually my... I'm not capping. I'm not coping or not. This was actually my plan. The whole time, this was my plan. My plan was to trap the bishop so that I could checkmate you. That was it. I had no other intention. I had no other idea. Rook A3 is made as well. What? Rook c3, you mean? How to stop two mates? Yeah, I know. Something like this, I suppose. Just, oh no, that doesn't even work. Haha, that's so funny. Can you stop both of them? Oh yeah, yeah, just sack the exchange. You just sack the exchange, that's it. I mean, I don't know, man, but yeah, you sack the exchange and we chill. 95 was pretty. I didn't even think about rook c3. I'm going to be honest. I didn't even see rook c3. Or you could probably take this, but sacking the exchange is better. Okay, now we're going to rate the person that Varmy suggested, and then I'm going to go to bed. This is why I don't play Bullet. Crazy. It's too much for my pea brain to take. Bye. It's gotta go now. Perfect time. Perfect timing. Okay, well, see y'all on Monday probably. Probably. We'll see how my exam goes, but I most likely be streaming on Monday, which is Christmas Day. So, have a great night, y'all.